What is up, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome to BMOC Battlegrounds Mobile India Open Challenge. I'm Salty, a little salty as well. I'm going to be a pilot for the day, but with me, my
Yeah.
co-captain, Mr. Fixes. What's up?
Here to add some sugar to your salt.
Yes,
Apparently, that's
very
how we
important.
balance things out.
Yes,
But yeah, we're in pursuit to search for the best teams right now in India, the region that we've all been loving so far. And yeah, it feels really great to be back, man.
absolutely. We're also in pursuit of our third co-captain, who is still coming from office, by the
Oh
way.
yeah, he is quite inspired from Gully Boy, right?
Yeah, yeah,
So
yeah.
a job where he's got to go to the office and then come back and cast along. Yeah, he's gonna be here in just a wee while, but apparently, I think our long search finally ends here, the first day of the first round,
Yeah.
and it all comes down to this, right? I mean, the teams that were grinding it along, 512 teams
Yes.
apparently have been chosen. So that's something that I'm really looking forward to because I've always been that advocate, for spotting new talents up here and there. Here right now, it feels great, I must
Absolutely.
say.
I always believe that new talent is probably the most important in the community.
Yeah.
You have your big stars, you have your inspirations, you have your idols as well. But the new talents, they keep it exciting. And they're the ones who kind of set new standards. They're the ones who challenge the skill ceiling every single day. And that is one of the reasons why I'm so personally excited of BMOC, because this is where you've got 512 new teams coming in, and they're gonna just add that little extra salt. Hidden
Like I
salt.
l- like I love to say that that like little extra masala. But you know what I am really looking forward to is the hunger. How willing are you to go out there and put your bodies on the line, take those risks, make those plays for which you are going to be iconic, right? We've got
Yeah.
so much. We've got so many good new teams coming up, so much in store. I'm just getting stoked all the way along.
Absolutely. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll have a look at the format
Yeah.
right about now. But this is round one fixes, and this is where most of the teams are going to compete. You can see right on your screens, ladies and gentlemen, round one, we've got 512 teams competing. Of course, most of them will be off stream, few of them will be streamed live. Fixes take us over from round two itself.
So of course, I mean it's going to be really brutal right from the very start. 512 teams slashed instantly. 256 remain,
Exactly.
and then on it keeps on reducing. But of course, we're going to talk about that a little later because today's day is all about the round one, right? We do have, I believe, teams from Group 5 who are going to be competing with
Yep.
us, right? So we're going to have 5 games, and the top 8, they're only going to make the cut, right? So we've got to see who are those, well, worthy 8 teams, if not lucky 8 teams, because sometimes you can tend to have
Yeah.
the blessings of the circle, but you really got to keep your mind very calm and composed. This is such a big game and could be the biggest day probably of few of the players' life. So it's all on the line. Let's see what they're up to.
Exactly, but we're going to look at what is at stake for all these players. We're going to have a look at the BMPS format, ladies and gentlemen. As you all know, we are going to transition from Battlegrounds Mobile India Open Challenge to the Battlegrounds Mobile India Pro Series BMPS. This is the big deal, Fixes. Just explain to our audience what this exactly is.
Of course, it's like a stepping stone, right?
Yeah.
You play well over here. You're going into the BMPS where you've got invited teams coming along with you, and you're battling it out against the best. Now you were treating them as your idols, right?
Absolutely.
You've been learning your art, you've been learning your game, but now this is where you're going against them. Now, what is that X factor that you need? Like I've said it, that hunger, that literal thirst to go out there and win it all. And I believe, I have this little bit of a hunch that this time we're gonna have a new champion.
New champion. There you have, ladies and gentlemen, expert opinion, new champion. But then again, it's very important for us to know what is going to take us from BMOC to BMPS. What is that stepping stone? That is going to be the point system, right?
Yeah.
The points take you from every single game. We've talked about it. We've got 5 important games to be played today. Each of them will be decided with this. Obviously, this is very default. First placement, 15 points. Second one gets 12. Third one gets 10. This is very basic. Each finish equals 1 point. Fixes. What do you think? Placement points more important or kill?
Right now, considering how the meta has been panning out, you've got to make sure you've got that perfect balance between your finishes and your possession points, right? So you've got to somehow draw the line. How much is enough for you? But considering the fact that we just have 5 matches, and then anything can change, right? You might be the team maybe at the very bottom of things, and the next moment you get a chicken dinner and you're on the very top. You never know how tumultuous you can really get. But yeah, I think I'm really waiting for it.
Absolutely. We have the schedule for today on your screens, ladies and gentlemen. Match 1 is going to start about in a few minutes, 5:07. It is going to be played on Erangel. Next one, we move on Miramar. Third one, I guess we played on Sanhok. Yes, we played on Sanhok. Fourth one, we again played on Miramar. And of course, we come back to our home, that is Erangel. We've got 2 Erangel and 2 Miramar games.
Yeah.
I feel like the teams are very comfortable, especially when they're playing at such a big stage. Probably for a lot of these players, it will be the first time in their lives. So I feel like playing at home gives you that sort of an edge, doesn't it?
Of course, with Erangel, it's like the circle of life, right? What goes around comes around. So it's been a tradition that every single time we start off with Erangel, we usually end up with Erangel. And that being one of the, like I said, a bread and butter map of every aspiring BGMI player, right?
Yeah.
Of course. But then again, when you're talking about 2 Miramars in a day, now that completely changes the equation off. But with Sanhok, I have my own issues, of course, with the map, because players
just
tend to
you.
get to, a lot of healing battles, which we are going to talk about
Yeah.
a little bit later. But considering the first map of Erangel, it's going to be very important that you are sort of respecting the circle. Now it's going to be interesting because these are all unknown teams that we have in the fray, right?
Exactly.
They're all coming out. We do not know who goes up against who. Do we have drop collisions, or do we have some early vehicle fights going on? Anything could possibly happen. It's basically like we're coming with a clean slate,
Yeah.
and it's just about to get colored. The entire blank canvas filled with a splash of beautiful, beautiful colors of all these teams. That is where it all comes out to be, and I think it's going to be a really beautiful picture.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, wonderfully explained by Fixtures, but now it's time for some action. The first match is getting ready. Get set, go, ladies and gentlemen, because the first match starts. Erangel is going to be up front. You've got all these teams battling it out. You've got Retribution, you've got Faith, you've got Last Level Official, Team Strawwarts, I guess, if I'm not mistaken. Jungle Official is a name that I recognize. Fixtures, you want to take over from here?
Yeah, I mean, Jungle Official has been one of the very prominent names ever since, we've been playing BGMI. Of course, they've got a huge, huge roster. Of course, one of their main lineups
Yeah.
is out here to perform. But there's some really beautiful logos right out there. I mean, if you've got to pick a team, then which one would it be? Who do you think are going to be getting the first chicken?
I'm a really big fan of minimalistic logos and archery sports. They really stand out. I'm not gonna lie, I feel like it looks like a bow and arrow, which sort of kind of is synonymous to the name archer, and then it
Yeah.
also kind of goes for the A as well. So I'm gonna root for archery sports, but what do you think, Fixes? Which is your team before we get into the game? Or rather, I'll ask it to you just after a few seconds.
I think I really am a huge anime fan, so I think I'm gonna stick for Team Straw Hats out there.
Straw
Yes, Mugiwara for the win. But regardless, getting back to where we are, I think the first game, like I said, I think has to be a little bit slow. What I'm really understanding is the players need to feel a little bit comfortable, because you've got those trembling nerves, right? The first matchup. Now, nobody has been settled here. We're talking about all the new teams coming along. Are there few names that have come back in again from BGIS, and
Yeah.
now we're witnessing them here in BMOC? I believe a few of the teams were Archer, and then we've got IYD Retribution also. So coming in. So there will be, of course, a few teams that might be the favorites, but I'm gonna leave it to fate and destiny to decide. Whoever gets a chicken dinner gets to be my favorite.
Absolutely. Fate, sorry, my bad. Fate and Destiny are
Yeah.
going to paint the picture for a clean slate. But talking about Erangel again, you talked about drop collisions, you talked about none of these teams knowing each other really.
Yeah.
And that is going to be a problem, because such a big stage, you only get 5 matches to kind of showcase your skill and qualify for the later stages. Not knowing how your opposition is going to play is going to be a very big challenge. I feel like the biggest challenge of them all, because for a lot of these teams, they kind of have a game plan which they need to execute, and executing them at this stage is going to be the most important. Without having that prior knowledge of how your opponent is going to perform, do you really think it is going to be easy for them to execute their plans?
To be honest, being a former competitive player myself, in stages like this, no game plan is the game plan, because you come up with a certain set of things that you want to do, a certain you go drop off over here. You would expect, let's say I'm going to Yasnaya, right?
Yeah.
Then the next moment what happens is the flight path trajectory is way far away from Yasnaya, and now I've got to take the secondary course, which is going for the vehicles. Now that
Yep.
is where the equation completely changes. These are the variables that we're talking about, and a lot of things can happen. And now with the teams, like I've been talking about, they're feeling a little nervy. So initially I'm going to be a little bit curious to see if they are engaging in those early battles, because mind you, for every finish that we've got 1 point to be awarded, so that really adds up. Like, let's say you end up at the 5th or 6th position with let's say 6 or 7 finishes, and that is something that really helps you in qualifying. And I am telling you, by the end of the evening, the top 8 teams and the 9th team over there are gonna have a margin of, let's say, like a point or two. So that is the thing that I'm really concerned about. But what should be the ideal strategy, I must say, is you've got to be very instinctive, Salty, because now you've got to adapt. Whoever is the quickest, whoever takes the circle, whoever gets the best position, gets the best cover, they're good to go. They're getting the chicken dinner.
Absolutely. Again, another you mentioned about circle, and I'm going to double click on it exactly. So, which strategy for you do you think is probably the best going to be going down the line? Is it going to be taking the center of the circle right from the start? Do you battle every single one who comes and tries to fight you, or do you want to try and keep it mellow right at the start of the tournament and just warm yourself through it, take the edges, and go in circle to circle
Right.
and try and maybe battle one or two teams who come your way?
So I think the ideal strategy would, of course, be holding the center, but it comes with a lot of drawbacks, right? You need to ensure that you have got a really good loot along with you, a lot of ammunitions, a lot of healings to yourself, because again, you're going to be hot shots, you're going to be a hot real estate, being constantly contested. So you've got to be prepared for that. You've got to have those armors up. You've got to have those heals up. If you're taking some damage, you have to heal yourself out and get yourself back in there. You've got to ensure that you've got all 4 of your players alive if you're playing center. Now, if you've
Yeah.
got to have that, if you've got a really bad start, I think the ideal approach would be to play around the edges, because, of course, how the circle goes, we're going to have that one radical shift, like what I really love
Yeah.
to call is a curveball, where the circle completely goes somewhere around, and that is when you're supposed to hit the center. That if you sort of win that fight, I believe you're winning 60% of the game there itself.
Absolutely, absolutely. But ladies and gentlemen, I feel like it's probably time for us. It's time for us to start and get in the game. Our flight it's starting to take off. It's
Yeah.
probably out taxiing into the runway. But before that, we're gonna have a look at the map that we're gonna play. That is gonna be Erangel. Some nice shots, some nice, lovely looking shots come your way. To be honest, let's just look at it at awe and praise the entire scenery of Erangel itself. Lovely designs, the compounds, the drone drivers did a wonderful job in getting in through these windows, looking at the portraits. Do you drive a drone yourself? Because I love flying drones.
I am technically challenged, so sometimes it gets difficult, but I admire them. So that's
Yeah.
for sure. I would appreciate you be the one who takes the drone shots and everything, and I'm the one who posts it around and takes the credit for it.
No,
And
I'm more like a pilot. The plane that you see. I would rather fly the plane and take our players down.
I'm
the ride.
having trust issues already.
But
I really am.
I mean, you see,
you
if
know-
your co-pilot doesn't trust you, that's probably the worst thing. But fine, that is it.
I'm taking a leap of faith here, Salty. You've got to at least back upon me with that. I mean, come on. We've never done this before. And suddenly I'm putting my life on the line, for Christ's sake. But yeah, of course, getting back, the first game, it's going to be really interesting where the trajectory heads on. And that is where we see the massive spread, right? There also might be situations where teams kind of deviate from their usual drop locations and sort of adjust and adapt themselves into a whole different drop area, which completely changes the meta and how you approach the game. But that being said, I think the voice in my head says that we're going to get started off with the game pretty soon, with us taking it up to the skies. Are you
Absolutely.
prepared for that?
Absolutely, the announcement have been made in the airport, and all our players are actually boarding the flight. In fact, the flight in itself has probably already taken off. Ladies and gentlemen, I am Salty. I'm going to be your pilot for the day. With me, my co-pilot is going to give us the weather report as well as the flight trajectory. The first match of BMOC. Let's get it ready.
All right. So from what I can really feel, the flight path trajectory, it's heading all the way from shooting range up to Milta Pass. So the teams that tend to drop across, let's say Quarry, you've got Gatka, you've got Feripet, you've got Primorsk, they have got a lot of hustling to do. You've got to make sure that you know where the exact vehicle spawns are. Head over there, get your vehicles, get done, and you've got to even focus on the timings, right? That really comes down to where the circle gets formed. Now, from what I can see from this flight path trajectory, I really feel that it's going to be a western default Gatka circle. Could be anything, really could be anything. But I would love to get surprised if we start off with a southern one. But what about you? Where do you want the circle to form?
I'm Salty, so I'm probably going to looking for a water circle towards the end of Primox. Let all these players struggle.
Around Primorsk. I mean, that's too much to ask for, but have you given your offerings? Now, that is something that we do before the start of the show. We offer something to the BGMI god so that, they can grant us our wishes, our desirable circles. But we do have a few teams taking the drop already, and there you go, have it. Quite a hybrid circle, but I believe this is not going to go shift downside. So the teams that are really well aware of, I think they have to somehow keep those lighthouse areas, the 12-pack buildings in contention to have a really good game. But there you have it, an early collision between quite a lot of teams. We do have Team Jungly, we do have the players of AGN, and it's a battle galore starting right off.
Absolutely. Did not expect this right from the start, but loved it, to be honest. Team N's legend, he's got some sort of weapon for himself, and he encounters some opponents right in front. Obviously, does not take his shots. I think these players are going to scavenge for some loot right from the get-go. There's no point in trying to get into this fight so early. You just saw the scene from Yasnaya where there were like more than 3 or 4 teams in one location. You probably want to regroup and try and get yourself a good loot with your teammates and then engage into fights.
This is quite astonishing because, of course, Team Noxious already under heavy fire as Device opens it up. It's first blood being drawn over here as, of course, Burnex official, another known name in the community, and they start off big. So this is really going to help their purpose because, of course, starting off, getting that finish, so sort of settle down on your nerves, right? So yeah, I think for Burnex official, it's a really good start. But what I really wanted to point out is there's a huge cluster around the northeastern area. So now we're going to witness a lot of early fights while the teams are trying to rotate, and I'm surely going to assume that they're not going to have a lot of loot.
Probably Team NX, they are looking to head back, probably regroup. They are quite isolated though, and that is something which led to that finish happening right from the start of it all. But Straw Hats currently once again, I feel like the fight in Yasnaya, which at one point was looking inevitable, wouldn't really happen anymore because you've got such a big territory. All these teams would have their escape strategy or their exit plans ready with their vehicles and everything. But what is your call on it?
Of course, I have been one of the players that competitively used to drop over at Yasnaya. So the biggest challenge in Yasnaya is finding vehicles, right? You do not have a lot of spawns, right? There's one garage around the apartments and either one around the God building or what I like to call the hospital. Or if not there, you've got to completely go sideways towards the eastern side where you have one of the other vehicle spawns in the garage onto its at eastern squad house. So that's going to be really interesting considering when two teams do tend to drop off. It's very important that you have that vehicle control, and that is something I believe Team Jungly have done for themselves. And it's just not 2 teams that we're talking about. It's 3 teams at Yasnaya. Pardon me, it's 4. What on earth is Stark doing? Has he lost his way?
I'm not even sure because I don't see his contemporaries. It's only him over there surrounded by 3 or 4 teams. Probably not the best place to be in. But I guess if he tries to keep himself low, then maybe he will find a way out of that position. But anyway, I was taken aback by one particular name that struck me. Jungly Husky. Wow.
All right. I mean, I did not know how to describe that, but yeah, it is what we take it, right? I'm Fixis, you Salty. It's all right. I mean, he can have whatever name he wants, and we're not gonna judge as long as he's abiding by the rules. But here we have, his teammate Sagar, apparently last level official. It's going to be interesting, considering how split apart they are. Certainly taking, what do you say, a page out of Exo's strategy book, because that seems to be the case. So apart from each other.
Yeah.
And now what's going to be really imperative for them is to get vehicles to have decent amount of loot. Now, I really do not understand why am I witnessing such a huge traffic around Yasnaya, where the entirety of Erangel is right out in the open. And this is what I talk about when we're talking that we're chartering into the unknown, right?
Yeah.
These teams are not well aware. They were thinking, might as well drop off at Yasnaya, have a good time. And that is something the other team was also thinking about, and hence the collision.
Yesna was probably the first big location under the flight path, right?
Yeah.
And teams wanted to start early. They wanted to get the weapons early. That might have been the logic behind it.
One thing I really want to point out over there is, teams have gone as far as Zaki, right? That's where we got our first plot. So you could see it's, a few of these teams really try harding right from the first game, just go towards the very edge of the map, be it Zaki, for all we can contest over there. These are the things we tend to see a lot during those initial few stages, and that's what we are privy to.
Absolutely, but you've got a more or less central circle, so you eventually have to come in closer.
Yeah.
This is something which we talked about in the pre-show as well, right? Whether you want to drop in the center, whether you want to drop at the edge of the circle. But teams have successfully executed their plans. Certain teams want to split up, which again, we are questioning, but I feel like they have got it covered. So I feel like if they can make it work, if they can get results out of splitting up and probably getting different reconnaissance from different regions, then it is good for them. No problems.
Now, the ideal location that you would want to secure for yourself are the Pochinki Hills, right? Because mostly we've seen these circles either tend to go around and end over there, or it could just be an eastern one. But we do have some bullets being fired in the nearby fray. It is, of course, going to be Team Kalia Esports going after the members of Jungli, who have been the hot property right from the ever start. We've been having a lot of glimpses at them because they have been under constant fire. They've been under constant pressure. So now they're kind of steering away from fights, which is, I believe, the right thing to do at this point.
Absolutely. There is no need for a fight right at the start of it all. But of course, if you are taking fight, I feel like it's very important for you to not turn your back towards it. Because we just saw Jungli official.
Yeah.
They managed to get away. Had it been a better opportunity for Kala Esports, they could have taken them down. Probably lost one or two players as well.
Yeah, I think the only problem I found with Kala Esports was that they just stopped abruptly, which is something that you're not supposed to do. Because what happens really then is the fact that you might be shooting at a certain team. Maybe a team comes from behind and takes you out in the open because you're basically caught with your pants down, and that's something you would not want to risk in the very first game over here. You've got to take things slow, Salty.
Absolutely, taking things slow, the name of the game. And that is something which most of the teams did. We still have 63 players alive in 16 teams as well in this competition. Of course, you kind of expected that first match of BMOC. The nerves are on. You really want to get yourself well kitted up with all your groceries done. You want to have all the shopping done before you get into the kitchen, right?
Oh, certainly, yes. I mean, look at them. They've just got a really mediocre loot, if not really very bad loot, I must say, because they've got enough supplies to last one battle at the very least. And this is one of those teams. I believe we have two junglies amidst us, and they're known by the name of Toxic or what? Quite inspired, I believe, from Jonathan.
Yes, absolutely. Love the name, but I just hope that they don't actually do justice to that name as well.
I do not know if you're heading in the right direction, right? We've got a salty caster amongst us. We've got few toxic teams. I'm just a cute little panda out here, doing my thing. But yeah, this is what exactly I was talking about, right? This shift going around the potato hills. Now that is going to be one of the hotly contested areas. Now, we do have one of the teams heading over there, I believe. Their team, Dying Pandas Esport.
I feel sorry for you. But anyway, we've got Notlings on our screens right now, Team
Yeah.
Eternals. And we haven't seen them in action so far yet. A lot of these teams, they're yet to engage in any sort of battles. But right now, I can see the team, I believe Asher Esports, they're
Yeah.
traversing right in between Team Dying Pandas. Do you think a battle is going to up right now? I guess the shots are being fired.
Yeah, I mean, it's already, begun, but for now, Dying Pandas, it's going to be really difficult, for both of these teams. You've got to initially find those 2 knocks before you commit for a wholehearted push, because right now, around the center, it's a hot property. Like I said, it's going to be contested. A lot of teams are going to have their eyes on taking the epicenter, but the moment you try to do that, there's still going to be that one little pesky team who's going to intrude, get into there, get the third party done, and just wipe you off while you sort of trying to, live that victory moment.
That is the truth of life, X's. You try and fight your battles, and then there's someone who kind of grabs that opportunity and
Who
takes it
said
away.
that? It was Charles Darwin, I believe.
I guess so. I'm not a book fan though, but anyway, I guess it was.
Yeah, I mean, that is pretty much his ideology, right? I mean, survival of the fittest is what we
Yes.
are talking about. You've got to somehow make sure you make all the right decisions. And in moments like this, it gets so tough because it's so difficult to really anticipate what the other person, the other team is going to do. Right now, around the Snake Towers, we do have a few teams. In fact, Jungly Official, the Jungly Official, not Toxic or what, ladies and gentlemen, since they still share the first common names. And like I said, right, Jungly is a huge clan. I believe when I was back in Pain, we used to have a lot of Jungly players in our lobby who were really good, I must say. Nothing taken away from them. But we still do have another team in front of us, Mid-Zone Elite. Like their name suggests, I think they're doing exactly what they're supposed to do.
Yes, they are absolutely right at the center of it all. You do mention that you were a competitive player.
Yeah.
I mean, I was a good player myself. I had a KD of 2.
All right. I mean, if a KD of 4 works, then it's fine. But at a certain point, for the competitive players, KDs did not matter. It was like back in season 1 or 2, we used to tend to do that. That is where we used to judge players. I'm sure one of my friends who's pretty much watching this broadcast
Oh.
experiment, he's gonna get really nosy about it. We've got that little bittersweet love story going on. But all right, right from the very beginning, we do have not just one but 2 airdrops, and ooh la la, the AWM and the Marker 14, a weapon that I believe has been forged by the devil himself. I mean, that is as deadly because just after the first shot, you get blinded. You do not hear the next few shots of MK14. I do not know why, but it is there, so I'm gonna just tell that.
That place.
Yeah.
I'm not really sure if the teams are going to go for the drops though. I feel like that there is an element of risk involved.
Yeah.
And if the teams have done the SWOT analysis regarding, but Asher Esports, they've actually spotted some players. They're moving towards them, trying to get into the fight. But ladies and gentlemen, elsewhere we have some other fight going in. Someone actually rushes in. This is Team KO. Angur gets the first knock, gets a finish for himself as well. Does justice to it. Grenades being cooked. Team KO, can they fight back, Fixes? What do you think? Nice grenade! Explodes both of them. Perfect stuff, but there is a counter-attack coming in.
Oh yeah, I mean, Sandy George is chiming in from the backlines as Team Fate need to push in tandem, which they
Nice.
exactly do, as Angu RX makes sure he gets that final finish. With that, Team Fate annihilates the first squad inside the lobby. KO Retribution are sent right back to the server. Now this is where, this is where Team Panicless Official can chime in. This is where, they can cause a little bit of trouble, and I really thought they're going to capitalize, but like I said, it's going to be very, very important you sort of hold on towards the Pochinki Hills. Now, I'm not going to brag about me being a fortune teller, but sometimes, it turns out true.
Maybe up on your side, but is she on the side of Team IYD Retribution? Let's find out. Zero already spotting the players, spraying them down. I guess one player is not out. Yes, one player is, but there is a third party happening.
Oh, IYD, man. Retribution, they're showing some good reflexes, but OP, they cannot are surrounded over there. Dying Pandas, they've got to make sure they lob a few smokes here and there. They need to secure that finish on towards Haraku, which apparently I believe, has been stolen by Immortal over there. So somewhere down the line, IYD finding that perfect flank. Try to take a few shots, but now for the Dying Pandas, what's going to be the first thing in their mind is going to try and get Paul back up.
Absolutely, but Zero is taking on a very risky move, and this is exactly the risk that I was talking about, the potential for a flank. He's practically half breathing at this point. Team Last on the other side is also engaging in a fight, but we're going to focus on what's on our screens right now. You can see Team IYD, they've completely surrounded Team Dying Pandas. It seems like their name is actually coming true right now. Commando IGL needs to step up. Every one of these players are surrounding him. 4 players in 4 directions. The land is burning, the floor is lava, whereas most of the players, they're just waiting to take on their prey so far. Oh no. Oh, poor guy. Poor guy gets burned down by his own Molotov. And this is where Team Dying Pandas once again start living. Zero on the counter. He gets a knock for himself and would probably go for the finish. Nice work done. 2 players down. He's going to get his own backup. And good recovery from Team IYD. I kind of thought that they would lose it at that point.
By the skin of their teeth. I must tell you that. Because honestly, what their initial intention was to have a barbecue session out there, hence the Molotovs. And I really thought that they were going to get burned to crisp. But they had a little bit of a corner for themselves, and IYD a really valiant effort over there, and they just, you know, went in, were kind of fearless even after one of their players got knocked out, did not really stop with the push. And the only fallacy that I could spot with the Dying Pandas were they were not at the same page, right? 2 of the players were just spraying to hold on to their dear life, while the other one was trying to resurrect his fallen comrade, as a result of which the Dying Pandas have had a really tough time. Still in the mix though. But for now, I mean, what's really important is the circle has again taken a shift towards the eastern side, where, you know, IYD Retribution hold a really good spot. You've got a little bit of an altitude to play around with, a little bit of a high ground advantage, and you're kind of steering away from the pack. Now, this is where a lot of teams are sort of playing the edge game, but the players over here from Toxic Watch pushing it long would try to connect the shots with the AKM, and eventually Bali EOP gets the better out of Dying Pandas, and that is where the Pandas fall. And that's not where the action stops, as we do have the players of Jungle just charging indirect at the players of Panicless Official, and they are gonna wipe the life out of them.
Absolutely well done, Jungly Official, as they get their first finishes for themselves. Of course, Husky OP is knocked out. He needs to be revived, of course. They've lost a player as well, so 3-man strong. I feel like this region, this entire region, it is completely laden with teams, and surviving or probably holding on to a compound for too long might be deadly for them. You can also see Team PL on the periphery. I'm not really sure if they're going to push Jungly or no, but certainly it doesn't look safe for any of these squads that are here, to be honest, because this is just the 4 circle fixes.
Yeah, of course. I mean, again, we're kind of like coming down to the point where teams are going to start to congregate at one particular spot. But for Panicless Official, I really felt that Jungly should have pushed over them right now. You know, that was the cue. And considering they had that knock, when you know that you've already taken 2 players out, I think Jungly's initial approach right now throughout the game is going to be try and play it as much safe as they possibly can. Because I think the only reason why they did not really push is because they were kind of scared that from over the hill someone is going to try and meddle in their business. So, of course, Jungly Husky making sure some really expensive purchases have been made. Lamborghini out here as NXR. They've been spotted out. I think they're just playing on the periphery, so it's absolutely fine as long as they have good cover. But this is where the entire battle is going to ensue. Still 13 teams in the mix. Anything could happen. Anyone could get the chicken dinner.
Absolutely. I mean, you know, there's also a thing which I can probably understand from the teams right now so far. Each of them, they just try and hold on to the position, try and take pot shots against their opponents if they can fortunately get a knock. Commitment is a very big issue, just like in our personal life for these players as well. They are afraid to commit to a fight so far, which I think is a very good option right at the start of a tournament like this. Get yourself knocked, get yourself damages, get your morale high, and then, of course, when you are riding that high tide, just go for finishes.
You know, I really love the positioning from BMOC Official. They've maintained that high ground, the exact Pachinki Hills, which I was talking about, you know, trying and contesting for that. They did that. Now they're gonna, you know, sort of enjoy the fruits of their labor out here as NXR. They're in a whole world of trouble as we do have Helix, I believe, the last surviving member for this squad, as they're getting pushed by the boys from Team Last. Or maybe not, because both these teams have got to make it inside the circle with another team watching over them.
You can see, you can have a look at the mini-map too. Both of them actually are going to be their prey. This is really important. I believe it is. I just can't read the team number or name. But anyway, I feel like it's important for both.
It's a team in the red.
It's team in the red. Yes, team red. Anyway, another push comes in. Team Straw Hot completely hotting down Team Jungli at this point. You can see grenades popping in from behind as well. Smokes aren't going to be enough for them to survive. One Stone Ridge, that's about it. You've got 3 players. 1 player, of course, has been knocked out. With third parties included, Team Jungli will be wiped off the floor.
Oh, they certainly are. And you've got to be very careful with all the movements that they're going to be making. Toxic or what, in a whole world of trouble out there, as we do have a fight between IYD and MZ, as Immortal has been taken down, as Bunny does not seem like stopping at all. As he gets shot, he's going to prone down, but I believe it's the players of Burnix officials who are causing so much trouble. And that being said, Toxic or what, they're out of the lobby.
Absolutely. Burnix feeling really solid right from the start, and there is a high potential that this team actually might get to the final circle and get to the final fight, because they still got 4 players surviving. You've got approximately 6 teams who are still 4-man strong. Having 4-man strong is really important in the final circle, getting all that reconnaissance, getting all that information. Team Straw Hot just trying to do that, but of course they've lost Hatters in the process. Trying to fight, I believe, Team Reborn right now, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, of course, indeed. And right now, you know, these grenades are going to be so devastating for them, unless and until Lynx does not provide that quintessential cup fire. We do see him on the back lines as Beast. He's going to be making some bold moves already, finding a knock out of that prone shot, going after Joy Boy. Is he actually going to be able to pull off this clutch, as time is going to tell, as finally he's got some backup from his teammates, as they've got to push in tandem. Then they are doing exactly that. But there you go, he gets taken down as Jeju also falls, as Joy Boy somehow keeping the Straw Hats still in contention.
Absolutely wonderful stuff by this man, Joy Boy. There was support coming in. I probably thought that Jay had some sort of cover as well as a support player as well, but he took down both of them instantly. Not Link, of course, has been resurrected. He has a teammate available as well. This 2v2 fight is turning out to be a really big affair.
Oh, indeed it is. And now it's all going to come down to the fact that the circle is going to start closing in the next 18 seconds. You've got to make sure that you get inside the zone, but you have to finish this fight off. And it is a grenade being dropped over by the players of Eternals. It's going to be Lynx, but hold on, as Burnix officials, they're under heavy fire.
Look at that
as
snake!
Team Last just comes in out of nowhere. Stark is getting the job done with the AMP, but for now, they also have to get inside the circle, and survives with a sliver of HP. What on earth is going on, Salty?
It's earthquake fixes. It's earthquake. Not a natural occurrence. It has been occurred by grenades that are being shot over. It's literally an artillery warfare right now. Burnix official just controlling the entire zone. Look at this man with the buggy, but of course gets knocked out. Pays the price for it. Last X has been completely eliminated.
Yeah, teams are starting to fall, of course. Bonix official, I really thought they are the ones who are going to be enjoying this winner chicken dinner. Apparently, they've managed to get a few finishes to their name. Do not really have the numbers needed right now, as we can clearly see the players over there of Fate just going after Team Eternals, as they are also going to send back to their graves. As mid-zone elite, they're going to be the ones who have taken them out of picture. But for now, Jungli still really happy with those 6 finishes, made it to the top 4, but look at Team Fate. They've got 9 finishes to their name, and that is insane.
Absolutely destroying every single team, every single player with grenades. They've gotten 2 more as well, 11 for themselves, and they've got that 4-man survive as well. 3 teams, you've got 11 players, 4v3, v4 situation. This comes down to positioning, because at this point there is no man advantage for real. Even the team with 3 players can make a comeback for themselves if they get that first knock for themselves. So this is technically a warfare where you get the best real estate, best piece of real estate for yourself, your vehicles, burn down, give you some sort of cover, you've got trees, and you've got some stones. That is basically it. This entire battle is being fought outside, out in the open. So finding yourself those positioning, splitting yourself out, probably, taking different pieces of cover is going to help help you.
A little bit of a Mexican standoff is what I can really say. As Faith, they literally have their backs against the wall. They've got no means to escape
Oh
from
my
around here, and
God.
that is where Harsh coming in with that beautiful opener over there. But can he capitalize upon it? His of course dishing out a little bit of damage, and this is where mid-zone elite should also chime in. They've got that little high ground to play around with, and this is where you're gonna expect them to start making some movements. But they've kind of enclosed themselves. They're just waiting for the battle between Team Jungly and Fate to end up, and they're gonna be the savages, and we've got to see how on earth they're going to make it inside the circle. They've done the basics right. They've sent one player out, but he's knocked over here. As Fate, somehow, they've still managed to keep themselves alive.
They do. They absolutely do. But look at the circle. There is nobody inside it. Absolutely nobody. The only way probably is lay down some smokes and crawl your way in, because otherwise you're going to get sprayed down. Most of these teams, they're looking for that opportunity. They're looking to spray down the opportunity, waiting for the others to make a mistake, and probably Jungly almost did. Unger just surviving by the skin of his teeth.
Yeah, just whiffing that spray all along. Would have thought, had he had an M4, could have done a decent job at that. But Husky chiming in, gets the knock on towards player 69. As Husky, he's going to take some damage from the ones who are guarding the hills over there, mid-zone elite. As Jungly, they find themselves in a little bit of trouble. Not entirely out of harm's way though, as Husky somehow gets that knock over there, and Jungly finally manages to get the better out of Team Faith. As the final two teams remain, it's going to be a 3v3 collision, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be Jungly and Mid-Zone Elite, both of them rooting for that chicken dinner.
Absolutely wonderful stuff done by Husky over there. I think he had balls of steel to actually pull that off. Was standing up, had no cover whatsoever, took down the entirety of Team Faith all by himself, but that was responsibility that has been carried out already. Now he needs to find himself the chicken dinner for the team. Will he be able to do it? That is the question. Team Mid-Zone as well as Team Jungly just waiting for that perfect opportunity. They all know they've got cover for themselves. They all know where each and every one of these players are positioned.
Yeah.
It's just about finding that sweet time. Husky once again finds it first. This man is just walking around in the circle, dancing across the ring, knocking every single one. He gets a third knock as well. A 1v3 in the final circle as Team Jungly get the first winner with a chicken dinner. Battlegrounds Mobile India Open Challenge has started with the bang fixes.
Oh, it certainly has. And what a way to begin with this evening, right? Considering how things were starting along, of course, you've got to talk about the players of Jungly, right? Right from the very start, they did their basics right. They were not under very favorable conditions, dropping off at Yasnaya. It was certainly not helping them initially to be contesting against three teams, but they still did not give up. And they did all the basics right. They did their homework. And for Mid-Zone Elite, I think the only thing that I really need to scoff at them is the fact that they should have had a decent spread. Not being able to spread out when you already had the players of Jungly pincer to one particular angle, and then giving yourself, exposing yourself, and then being taken down. That's something that's going to bite them and hurt them a little bit, but it's still fine. They still have done a good enough job to kind of accumulate as many points as they can, and now they're sitting in the driver's seat, I must say, Salty.
Absolutely. I mean, to be honest, I feel like this man Husky needs to be talked about. As far as I can see, he probably has 8 finishes for himself. He was running around out open in the park all by himself, just going for kills and everything. But we'll have a look at that in the highlights, ladies and gentlemen, because I'm sure that Husky is going to dominate the entire section. Let's just have a look at it and let's find out what are going to be the moments.
Yeah, of course. I mean, it started off really, in a weird manner. The first fight out of everywhere on planet Earth did happen in Zaki. For all reasons whatsoever. But yeah, I think this shift was pretty standard, I must say, because this is something we were anticipating, the circle finally just panning down to the Pachinki Hills, right? This is one of those ideal circles. And for Jungly, I really felt, I was a little bit worried about them because they were on the lower grounds. They were the ones who were in the midst of all those fights out there, and they still eventually emerged as the conquerors inside the lobby, with Husky being one of my absolute favorite players. The cojones on this one lad, the will, the urge, the hunger, that is what we were talking about. That was clearly visible from his side.
You remember, I kind of specifically mentioned the name Jungly Husky right at the start of it all. That name kind of stood out to me. You were mentioning you were a fortune teller. I guess I need to take that tag away from you. But anyway, we had some crazy moments, but most of them involved grenades. And I feel like that is going to be a way forward for most of these teams. Because, see, with probably 4 or 5 quadrangles happening, with a lot of teams fighting each other simultaneously, I feel like gun duels, of course, are going to be there, but grenades are going to be the most important thing moving forward, especially when you don't really know your other team's plans.
I think grenades are the way to go whenever you're playing the third-person perspective mode, right? Because, of course, you do not know where the other person is, but you for sure know that he's somewhere inside that little compound, or maybe behind that rock. Instead of exposing your entire body, just lob a grenade, and that gets your job done. And as a result of which, we're witnessing a lot of competitive players, of the upper echelon, kind of carry 5 or 6 frag grenades. So that certainly helps them getting a lot of finishes to their names. But yeah, of course, you take a look at the highlights. I really loved what Team Straw Hats were doing, especially Joy Boy, showing me some signs of hope that Strawbacks can get back into the mix. But it's still, again, we can't really be very critical from the very start. It's still those nervy affairs for all these teams.
Exactly.
They've learned, where the lobs to drop and what is the next recourse are they going to take. But that's going to be for later, because that's the next Erangel is going to be pretty much at the last. But from this first entire game, it was pretty nice. The pacing was really nice. Towards the end, that is where we saw the majority of the fights just break around, and that's with every BGMI game that we do tend to see competitively. So I think I loved what I saw.
Absolutely. I feel like these teams have got a lot to offer, especially for the remaining 4 games that still remain for us, ladies and gentlemen. But of course, there is a lot of action that is going on your screen as well. Burnix Official, this team kind of stood out for me as well. There are a few teams which I'm looking forward to. You can name them probably Team Faith. You can probably name the team Burnix. Of course, most of these teams, they have an opportunity to kind of make a comeback, because it's just been one game and you can overturn it with a few kills and a chicken dinner in the next one as well. But speaking of initial performances, speaking of initial impressions, I feel like few teams have really impressed. I'm probably sure most of the audience is going to agree as well.
Oh, they certainly are. I mean, of course, with Burnix Official, the only complaint I had was they had the best spot inside the circle. They could have certainly done better, but again, with great powers come great responsibility, and that is where they kind of got huddled up, right, in a one position with so many teams fighting it out. A lot of fights broke out over there. Had Burnix Officials held on to that Pachinki Hill position, that is where the circle eventually ended up at, right? Had they survived, had they kept enough players alive, this could have possibly been their game. Now, this is where we sort of have to get mid-zone elite into the fray, right, into the mix, where, I really felt that they had a very good high ground. They've had a really good spray, considering they were not a part of that top 3 battle, which initially just happened between Team Faith and Jungly, right? So this is where I really felt that, that was the cue where mid-zone elite should have, spread out a little bit, gotten more of that area, and then, would not have let the players of Jungly come inside the circle. Because, again, it was the 7 zone, Salty, and when it's the 7 zone, what really happens is you're sort of waiting for the next shift. It could go either ways. Now, they were on crossroads, right? They were the opposite sides of each other. It could have gone either in their direction or either in there. But this is where I really appreciate Husky just coming out right in the open, getting those first 2 knocks, and eventually getting the final finish and bagging a chicken dinner.
Absolutely. I feel like Team Jungly did quite a lot of things right, but they need to carry forward this momentum if they want to qualify as well, because we know top 8 from every single group qualify. And speaking of top 8, let's have a look at the points table, ladies and gentlemen, because that is going to give us the results of the first map that we just witnessed.
Oh yeah, certainly. And there you have it. I mean, nothing taken away from all these teams. They've accumulated quite a lot of finishes. Jungly Official, of course, starting it off all high and mighty, 28 points. I almost see one of the teams that will head on to qualify for round 2. Now, this is where they have the majority of their pressure lifted out, right? Now, this is where they can show their freestyle play. This is where they can go all guns blazing, just go after teams, and maybe just drop a few games early on. It's all right. That is something that they can live with. But again, Faith, they've accumulated a lot of good finish points, 12 finishes to their name. Same goes with mid-zone elite Eternals. But Burnix Officials, well, not the best team, but not the worst either. So sort of sticking it around the middle lines. Now,
Yep.
as we move along forward, now the next set of teams are the ones who are supposed to, get a little bit more nervy because
Yep.
the first game, of course, they messed up a wee bit.
Absolutely. I mean, to be honest, there is a very wide gap in between the
Yeah.
points that have been acquired. You look at the top, you've got 3 teams beyond 20, and then you look at the bottom of 3 teams who are still at 0, right? That is obviously going to be the case, especially with a lot of early eliminations that we got to see. But speaking of eliminations, I feel like these teams, they still have the opportunity. 4 more games to go. You've got the opportunity. You've got different maps as well. A complete reset. Miramar, which I believe can change the perspective, can lift a lot of these teams up. But ladies and gentlemen, we'll have a look at the MVP for the first game. I probably don't have any doubt who it is going to be. Of course, the man whom I called out, Jungly Husky OG.
Yeah.
Well done, mate. I mean, 8 finishes, 1241 damage. What do you think, Fixes? Is he good?
I mean, he is absolutely amazing. I mean, those numbers are kind of ridiculous, to be honest. 8 finishes, 1241 points of damage. I mean, he's headed in the right path. He's done the right job, and he's starting to feel himself.
Absolutely. We'll have a look at the top 5 players as well, because that kind of gives us the clear perspective of which are the players or which are the teams who are looking really bright. You see, most of the teams who are at the top are in the top 5 players, obviously for obvious reasons. Husky OG, you've got Angur
Yeah.
as well. Angur, we watched a couple of times. He's got 7 finishes for himself. Bunny,
Yeah.
999, Notlinks as well as MZX Dread.
So I think Blinks had a really important job to do, especially in Eternal's fight, providing that cover fire from behind. And what really stands out is the name Angur itself, could have just gone grapes. Why on earth you gotta keep it? But alright, we're not gonna be a little judgy about it. But yeah, I kind of like these players.
Absolutely. Let's have a look at the match summary, and I want to look at how many grenade kills, how many grenades were used. 101. Triple digits. You've got
Alright.
58 finishes. You just got only 1 airdrop looted. 64 knocks. That's quite a lot. I guess Muhammad Ali will be proud. Longest finish, 202. Not really the brightest. 7,785 healings.
Yeah.
1 vehicle finishes. I love this part. Vehicle finishes, my favorite fixes.
The vehicular manslaughter that we sort of talk about. But yeah, I think the thing that really stands out for me is these are pretty average for starters, I must say. 11 grenade finishes and so many grenades being used is what I really feel good about this particular lobby. Is they're not backing off, right? They're not backing off. They're not like, we're gonna just stick to have a lot of grenades on a lot of ammunitions and keep a lot less grenades, because you've got to pick out that perfect balance in your loadout. And with so less time left to loot now for Jungly, with such a tough job, right? Getting contested in Yasnaya with so many teams and still somehow coming out on top. I think they've had a flying start.
Absolutely. 28
Yeah.
points right from the first game. Great start indeed, but they need to kind of carry it forward, because next are 4 more games. I feel like from at this point, if you
Yeah.
kind of put your foot away from the gas, takes it away from you. It's this day is for them to lose, not for them to win. I feel like they've already set up that platform for themselves so that they can qualify in the further rounds. But ladies and gentlemen, the next match is ready, is said by the announcer in the airport. We're gonna fly once again, Captain. Are you ready to fly? Are we refueled up?
Yeah, because this time we are heading towards the house of the boss, Hacienda del Patron. It is, ladies and gentlemen, as I'm gonna be joined along with another friend of mine who apparently has just hit the studios right from his office. How are you enjoying your gully boy life, Orca?
I would like to say it's way too cold outside right now, and it's way too cold inside the room as well. The way Faith has played,
Yeah.
being so cold-hearted, taking people down not with grenades, with bullets, with every way possible.
Yeah.
I believe that, I'm geared up right now. I'm literally geared up to see what's going to happen in the second game, because the first game was all about reading your enemies, and the second game is where you come back and give or take revenge. It's all about retribution. So
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to see what's going to happen next.
Oh, certainly, for sure. I mean, of course, we're going to have the temperature raised a little bit
Yeah.
since we're heading off towards Miramar. And yeah, again, it's uncharted territory. We really do not know what's waiting for us in the deserts, right? It could be
Absolutely.
possibly anything. And, pick a location. Do you think think we're gonna have a initial fight around San Martin, or is it somewhere around Picado?
Los Leones, any given day.
Oh,
Because
you're the Los Leones guy.
yeah. It's not like I am the Los Leones guy. It's just I've been made sure that I learn this word so much that even in my
Oh.
sleep, when somebody says Miramar, I wake up like Los Leones. I mean, the amount of fights, the amount of people just get down over there,
Yeah.
it's too much. So I do believe that, Los Leones is going to be that one place which is going to be, I do believe, early clashes as well as even the circle is ending up over there. Things are going to get very, very intense over there.
I sort of believe Los Leones to be kind of the Yasnaya of Erangel.
Probably. Yes, you can
a
say that.
similar city, right?
Yeah.
Really big cities,
Yep.
you've got a lot of tall, high-rising buildings, apartments, to play around with. And with Los Leones, it just gets a lot worse. And
Yep.
lately, with how the circles have been shifting, we've been witnessing those really weird, southern Miramar circles. So that
Exactly.
could exactly be the case. But, if I've got to ask you this, which is the circle you desire?
I desire the prison circle with the southern western part of the map, which I've never ever witnessed till date.
I never knew you had a really sinister mode inside of you.
Obviously, it's a map of Miramar. You have to get sinister in that map because it's so much of an open fight. It's all
Yeah.
about your crosshairs being questioned every single time, how well you can maintain your recoil in those mid-range battles and
Right.
the long-range battles. Somewhere I feel when you go to the side of prison, you're fighting it out across the river. I think that is where the challenge gets even more bigger. And yeah, this is the bigger picture. It can't get bigger than BMOC.
One thing quite similar with you and Salty. You really dream big. He wanted a Primos circle. Now you wanted a prison circle. And let's just head in directly. I've got the voice in my head says that we are yet to start. We are ready. So, of course, I took that leap of faith in trusting Salty being the pilot. So, what about you, Arka? Do you believe in me enough to, let me?
Yeah, I believe in you. I very much believe in you
That's the
because
sweetest thing.
because experience is better than anything. You can buy anything in this world, but not experience is what I've heard all my life.
See, I've done a lot of casting, but handling a flight, that's a rather difficult and a much more tedious job. But I'm gonna take my chances at it.
Yep.
And we have technology, right? We
Absolutely,
can set it on
absolutely.
autopilot, so that could happen. As looking at these amazing high-rise apartments back in Picado again. This used to be one of my favorite places, right?
Yeah,
And,
yeah. I agree
after
on this.
San Martin took away that accolade, but yeah, I think how do you feel about Picado not really being a hot drop anymore? I mean, it's just that maybe one team dropping off over there. We do not. Maybe in classic lobbies, yeah, you get a few teams around the arenas, casinos, but in competitive lobbies, Picado doesn't really get contested. What is your take?
It's coherent thinking, right? Everybody wants to have ample amount of loot when it comes to the map of Miramar. They want to have enough number of bullets in their backpack so that every time they go in for a spray and they not meet in somebody in their crosshairs, they still want to continue spraying to check whether they get that initial knock or probably convert that to a kill. So I do believe that that is where Picado falls back. One other place which I love the most when it comes to the map of Miramar is obviously gonna be water treatment place, because that is one place where you have this gigantic drums is what I would like to call them. That one place can actually bring out the potential of a lot of people who use throwables as well as those people who tend to rotate. And look at the flight path as we speak, all these things. It's just dissecting the map right to the center. And what do you have to say about that?
You are quite a fortune teller. So I believe I do have a little bit of a competition over here, ladies and gentlemen, as yes, rightfully pointed by Orca, we're heading all the way from La Cubreria towards Chumacera. And like you said, the map getting dissected almost into two halves. But I think this is one of those flight path trajectories that a lot of teams are going to enjoy, because
Absolutely.
you already have all your favorite drop locations coming in. What else could you ask for? Only for the team that kind of heads off all the way along towards maybe El Azhar or Campo Militar is going to have a little bit of trouble. But for everyone else, it's a good drop.
Absolutely. Now, this is the point where I would like to see whether still people will depend on going to Los Leones, right?
Yeah.
That was the big question we were asking out one another, which is that one place which is going to be contested all the time. But for now, on the northern side of the map, junglies are thinking otherwise and going to the northern side of the map completely. Probably they're trying to go towards ruins, if I'm not wrong. I don't think they're stopping anywhere close by where the flight path has started.
I think we've got two junglies this time, right? One goes by the name of Toxic or what,
Oh,
and then
yeah.
we've got another jungly. So one of them is going towards El Pozo. Either ways, both the teams have dropped over on the western side, or rather the northwestern side. But what I'm really interested is the circle. But finally, my wishes have been
Oh.
granted. It is a default Miramar circle around the Picado Hills, but we do have a little bit of a clash in the epicenter, right in the hearts of Picado. I'm really excited to see which are those two teams. And I think one of them is Burnix official, for sure.
Yes. I would like to agree on with you on that. But at the same time, I really want to point out one thing over here. In the map of Erangel, all the teams wanted to go to the corners of the maps.
Yeah.
And in the map of Miramar, everybody are tending to stay to the center of the map. So yeah, Eternals is going to be one other teams which have accompanied them over there.
Yeah.
So this fight is going to get intense. Burnex on the other side have burned themselves previously in the previous game. They burned themselves bad. So this time, I would like to see whether they can take the heat to the opponents or they're going to retain it for themselves.
Pretty interesting considering we've got two really amazing teams just battling it off right from the very get-go. Now, this is where, if you take it from an analytical perspective, we've got Eternals dropping around the arena. Then we do have the other team, right, Burnix officials. They've taken control over the casino, and I'm pretty sure they're going to head around the motel as Beast is going to make sure he keeps himself hydrated.
Yep,
With not just
in the
one,
deserts.
but 10 energy drinks.
Yeah, he does believe in boosting himself every single time he's going out. Probably he's the punching bag, and that is why he wants to keep himself boosted as he walks out in the open. Tries to, in the map of Miramar, this is for sure, right?
Yeah.
The only way for you to make an enemy's location be revealed is going and becoming a punching bag. Do you agree on this point?
For me right now in this particular situation, I've got to say, a few of these things, a little bit out of context of I'm sorry for that. But, I really felt that Burnix officials, considering the fact that they've taken over casino, I really thought that they're going to go for that god building, right
Yeah.
around that southern side and take over the high ground. Because again, in Miramar, it is so imperative that you have the high ground to yourself, and them just banking along the motel and the casino. This is where you're giving room and space for the players of Eternals to eventually sort of go over and take over the high-rise buildings, the red buildings, and then eventually just from the edges, if they
Yep.
can get control over that god buildings, it's going to be such a tough escape for Burnix.
Absolutely. Now, if somebody's looking out for
Finally,
coaches,
they've done that.
it-
They've done that.
Yeah,
They've
exactly. And ultimately, one most important thing
Yeah.
for me to watch out in this part of the map is that this is the point where it's kind of right to the center of the circle. So they can attract a lot of attention of the other teams who are trying to rotate around this place. So once they grab attention, most of the players in the map of Miramar I've seen wants to get into a third party, grab as many finishes as possible, and then move forward. Because in the map of Miramar, finishes do matter a lot.
Yeah, they certainly do. And in Miramar, we're going to witness a lot more knocks than in
Yeah,
Erangel, right?
absolutely.
Considering the distance that
Yeah.
comes into play. Of course, might look like an 8x8, but Miramar feels a little bit longer, a little
Absolutely.
bit bigger, considering that landmass ratio. Of course, barring all those facts, for Team Eternals and for Burnix officials, they can pretty much chill for now. I really feel, however, though, Eternals should send someone over the hills, right? Someone to keep watch at the very least. Be a little sneaky guy out there, just keeping watch of all the rotations just going on around. Because eventually, as this game progresses, you're gonna have these heals being contested, and that is something that a lot of tier 1 teams tend to do.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, for me, still now, in the map of Erangel, by now we had the first blood being drawn. In the map of Miramar, we're able to see that everybody wants to play a little more mature, try to grab as many resources as
Yeah.
possible, and then get into a fight. As
Right.
we look at the side of IYD retributions at this
Yeah.
point of time, even though they do not have the right kind of, backpack, they're just filling up with, resources such as healings. So most of these teams are actually picking up healings first and then going in for bullet. That shows that the defensive mind is actually there rather than an aggressive one.
Right here, right now, of course, with the competitive lobbies being set, you've got those extra loot for these players. So, getting a lot of utilities has never been a problem. Now, another thing, I will, of course, get into the picture over here, but
Faith.
Fate seems to be in a little bit of a trouble as the players of Last did come in, and which could really just spark the first blood. As Spear, he's battling with life and death as player 69. He's got to do something as the grenade is being cooked by Pegasus, which is lobbed at his direction, gets instantly ricocheted back as player 69 still sustains as the cavalry finally arrives.
Absolutely, a good time for a backup, absolutely available for the side of Team Fate. Now Stark is one person who's trying to push in, whereas player 69 does realize that, you know, he's got the deadly UMP in his hand. He's going to welcome anybody with the pour of those bullets. At this point of time, you know, the discipline was something which was absolutely required in that fight, and it was missing off from the side of Fate players. I think it's the accumulated burden of pressure which has been coming on them that they're not able to actually, you know, maintain that, you know, trigger discipline.
You know, how long can they delay the inevitable last level official? They're getting the job cut out, but this could be something that Fate really wanted, with Angur really opening it up. Player 69 just falling down on his knees, and it all goes splatters to the players of Team Fate, who eventually had a really good first game, are not looking so good in this one. Last level official, they had their things cut out, they got the knock, but initially still having 2 casualties, 2 players knocked out. It becomes such a tedious job for Batman to get those res back up and then get inside the fight, because right now Angur, what he can really do is get Sandy back. And if he does manage to do that, what is really interesting, or rather important, is whether or not Batman has a vision on the players of Fate.
No, I don't think so, because of those compounds, all these ridges.
Oh, he knows.
And I don't think so he's got the right kind of scope, even if he's able to, you know, pinpoint the location of the enemies at this point of time. And one more thing is that Last have already lost 2 players, so they're already on the losing side. It's better they fall back, it's better they play for placement points for a period of time, try to understand the terrain, so that once you understand the terrain and an enemy approaches that very terrain, you're going to have an advantage of taking the fight to the enemies.
No, but objectively, I really feel in this particular fight, nobody could turn out as the victors, right? Of course, last level, they still had to lose out on 2 of their players. The same goes with the players of Team Fate. So, really a fight, I mean, I believe could have been avoided, considering, you know, you've got to look at the bigger picture. You've got to look at getting the chicken dinner for Fate. It is fine. It is A-okay that they can survive. They've had a really good game. They've garnered enough finishes towards the end of the first game. But right now, we've got another fight in the mix. It is going to be the players of Panicless, who are apparently fighting 2 battles. One against the zone, one against another team. And right now, what is going to be important for them is that they get inside the circle. You have to treat the circle of Miramar as your best friend, my dear friend.
Or else you might end up in a very, very bad state for sure. And one more thing about Panicless, I just hope they live up to the name and not panic in the map of Miramar, because 1 or 2 small mistakes outside the circle can cost the whole team and not just one person. Now the circle shifting away, giving Power Grid as the center of the, you know, circle. This is gonna get even more intense. Everybody wants to come take the, you know, ridges on the northern side of the you know, Power Grid, and I really want to see who's gonna take control of that one position, because if the circle tends to fall in there, they're going to have a huge advantage of it.
Alright, so NXR has made a very bold move. You know, they want to contest the center right from the very start. They are heading for Power Grid, as this is the fight that we were all talking about, right? Team NXR and Straw Hat. Now, this is where it all ensues as Legend gets that first initial knock. And this is what having a high ground advantage in Miramar does, right? You've got that altitude. Now, Luffy, he's in a whole world of trouble, right? At any particular moment, maybe Spy could just go right at him and then have a cover fire from the backlines. Would not be necessary, as that grenade has been locked, but doesn't even scratch.
I think that's a very good spot to hide yourself, because right now, if the grenade had actually connected, that could have been the beginning of the end. Lotus might have worked, just in case you're able to land it the furthest possible, right? So the high toss is obviously a more favorable when it comes to the map of Miramar, but ultimately look at the position is holding. No matter which toss it was, the ridge was more than enough to, you know, protect him over there. So apart from that, it's going to be Team KE on the other side. They're looking at all these things. They can hear some, you know, fires which is happening nearby. So they would want to push in anytime. So Toxic or What and Archer Esports are the 2 teams which need to wake up in the map of Miramar, because the first map they couldn't perform well. If they do not continue, if they do not get some finish points or placement points over here, the burden is going to be building up.
Yeah, I mean, the buck stops at them, and of course, you're gonna say that, yeah, it's just the second game of the evening. It's all right, but no, friends, as we do have another fight, rather the same fight, sort of resuming right now for us as the players of NXR just going after the players of Straw Hat, as Luffy has finally, found his makers, as the players are just gonna push on. Now, this is pretty basic, right? You've managed to get 2 knocks. This is your cue where you're supposed to go in for the finishes, and well, Team Noxious, they're rather off to a really good start.
Absolutely. Now, we all know that, he was looking out for a backup. Probably in the map of Miramar, sticking together is going to be the key for any team, even though it's a very, very big terrain. Having equal distances with your teammates is going to be good. Straw Hat on the other side will lose another player as he falls down on his knees. The last guy is going to be Joy Boy. I don't know whether he's going to be surviving this because he was pretty much in the crosshairs and he has to say goodbye. And that's the end of the story for the side of Straw Hats. And then the taste of their own medicine.
Yeah, the hunters getting hunted over here. Kali Esports did eventually think that, they're just going to come in, barge in, be the unfriendly neighbors and get a few finishes to their name. Certainly to their mere surprise, they're losing out on numbers, which is again a good thing for Team Noxious because they've already gotten 3 finishes from the early start. I think Team Noxious again is one of those teams, Orca, I really believe could do fairly better. But now this is the hot property that we're talking about. NXR now contending against Team KO over here for the center.
Absolutely. Now, one more important thing where I've observed players are not doing it in this professional level is trying to toss the grenade to the corner of the horizon, which you can see is the higher ground.
Yeah.
That is going to eventually give that bounce option to your grenade and eventually land in the pockets of the person behind the ridge itself. And if someone is able to decipher that and able to land those grenades properly, I do believe we'll be able to see more finishes with the grenades in the map of Miramar compared to the map of Erangel.
I think eventually as we progress into round number 2 and round number 3, that is when we will have the teams, starting to use that, starting to do something new. But ladies and gentlemen, take a look at the shift. It's gone all the way to its power grid. So much traffic around that eastern side, and we're going to see so many battles building up right in front of us. And now this is the point where NXR and KO still in contention, still want to fight it out. I really believe that NXR has got a little bit of a slight edge unless you've got Fraggy trying to do something out of this world with this flank.
Absolutely. Now, one more thing is that the northern side of the power grid, where there is a proper, a mini mountain is what I would like to call it.
Yeah.
A mini Everest, sorry. People can actually go there and try to have a bird eye view about everything in front of them. But only one team has chosen to do so, and let's see how that is going to turn out. But as of now, we'll be looking at Team NX trying to land some shots against the side of Team Reborn, if I'm not wrong. And probably it looks like from now on, it's just going to be the battle of throwables as 2 of the players are planning to fall back.
Oh yeah, they certainly are. As Team Noxious, they are feeling high on all their right spirits. And well, Noxious, they're apparently going in for the push. It is a battle against the Eternals, I believe, as we do have 2 fights happening simultaneously. It's IYD Retribution going up against Team KO, as none of these teams have opened up yet. It's a fight that has already begun as Zero falls down and the trades are not in place, as Retribution, they are in a whole world of trouble as they are survived by Immortal, the last player for their team. But what can he do? Can he pull off something out of his magic hat? And not today is what KO Retribution say, as they get all the finishes with that. The squad wipe as we head on to another fight, as Eternals find themselves in a really interesting situation.
Absolutely. Now, I really want to see how they'll be able to bounce back, because it looks like the trade has been equal, 1 down on either side, and we are able to see that there are some players who are trying to push in and take advantage of the opponents being knocked. Now, J-Jord on the other side has a very, very good angle to throw a grenade above that building and try to land it perfectly in case he has the right kind of resources. But on the other side, we are able to see that Oro Beast is also trying to look out for an angle from where he can push in or probably save his teammate as well. But probably a fire comes in from another angle. There's a third party coming into picture.
Oh yes, and this is what we love about this particular game, right? You've got a fight going on and then someone from the backlines take a shot at you, and watch out. But right now, Eternal somehow still keeping them in the mix. You know, they still have retained all their players. Haven't really gotten a lot of finishes though. But in the meanwhile, we've got the circle shifting all the way up towards the northern side. And this is where, you know, few of these teams that have a good spot inside the zone, they're going to really enjoy themselves. As right now, Noxious also get themselves into the mix. Now, this is where things have opened up. Kronos gets down, and so has BSP taken its sentry all the way along with that really beautiful flank angle, doing the job for his team. As Noxious losing out on Legend, they still have a lot of fight left. They've got the pedal to the metal. Let's see if they can get a squad wipe.
I mean, I think that it's all the way possible for them. This is the right time for them to push and conquer against the team. Now, I know Team Noxious is looking even more confident right now. They're pushing in. That Jiggle is going to also be there. Eventually, it gives up the location. It was two players rushing in, you know, together, and that was the advantage which Noxious was looking out for. Man advantage in the map of Miramar, as always, you know, as been an advantage for the team which survives until the end. Even in this fight, we could say that, you know, man advantage is the one which paid them off.
Oh, it certainly did. And this is what I was talking about. A lot of traffic from the southern side. A clash is inevitable right now with mid-zone sort of holding onto the edges of the southern circle. As Burnix officials, the numbers are definitely dwindling. But how long can they keep themselves alive? Still in contention as Kalia Esports. Now, they've lost on one of those players. And, you know, Faith, again, they're being really consistent. They did find themselves in a little bit of a scuffle. But they kind of, you know, rescued, rather got 2 finishes to their name. So it's going to be really important to see if Faith can have a really good back-to-back 2 amazing games, because if they manage to get 10 or 12 points plus, I'm pretty sure they've made the cut and they can relax.
Yeah. They've done the heavy lifting, and from then on they can, you know, try to experiment and see who can play a different role and then try to look forward for more points. But as of now, for me, the best spot in the house is taken by the side of Dying Pandas. You know, they are on the northern side of Power Grid and they're just enjoying that. But for now, we're looking at the screens at KO Retribution yet again trying to take another fight. They've got 5 finishes in their name and they've got all 4 men standing, and that is very, very rare to see by the mid of the map of Miramar, because eventually the more fights you get in, the more players you lose. But this time the story is different right now. Burnex official tries to push in, has to pay the price because they don't have the right kind of backup. J-Jot, the last man standing on the other side, will be taken down with an AK spray coming in from the side of Burnex, and I do believe that, you know, that was the end of the story.
Yeah, for Team Eternals at least, because, you know, in the first game they had been off to a really good start, could not reciprocate it and could not carry it forward to the second map, and that's the best reason why I love BGMI as Team Noxious. Now they're going after Burnex as they are completely feeling themselves. They're warmed up. They know they can connect their shots. They have a slight idea as to where the players could be, as Device just hiding behind the tree as Zinsu along with him. I do not know if that's the right position to be in, because one grenade could just take down 2.
Yeah, absolutely. And let's not forget the vehicle blast, which the radius of the vehicle blast which can actually take them down. It's like either you take down the vehicle or you take down the player. Either way, you're going to be rewarded with a knock at least. Now, the finish points is going to matter for all those teams on the bottom, and we can see that, you know, they're all aiming for it. As the circle gets smaller, it's going to be even more intense. You know, ladies and gentlemen, just hold on to your seats at this point of time. Panicless has got probably 3 players. They've already lost Vamp in some fight already.
Oh, I believe they have, and as he's gone already, he's going to be watching from the skies, as Panicless need not panic right now. But Zinsu, he's making those moves, which could be a really risky one. Combined along with Robert, this could, you know, bear them some good results, as he's got the players out with his AKM, sprays it all the way along. But a perfect play coming in from Noxious, making sure that 2 of their players were fighting it around. As a matter of fact, they have managed to keep themselves alive, and now this is where the hunting party can really begin for themselves, considering the fact that they've got to get inside the circle. Have Team Noxious, you know, gotten too much on their plate to digest, because right now Faith are also entering into the fray, and they've sort of cut off their only means of escape for Noxious with the vehicle just being blown over.
Absolutely, but at the same time, Faith is trying to come in from a corner which is not welcoming for them, because they already taunted the beasts inside the circle. Now, gatekeeping is one thing which Team Noxious will be looking out for. They need some knocks or finishes over here from the side of Faith to make it inside the circle. If 1 or 2 things go wrong and the circle starts to pick up on them, I think Faith is going to be ending up in a very, very bad position.
Oh, they certainly are. But what I really like about Team Faith is they've got players just keeping the circle, right?
Yep.
Ensuring that his final teammate can make it in time. As
Oh.
now, they're going to go after the remainder of the players of Burnex as Robert finally falls down. He's just going to get taken down into pieces. And as it is always going to be the players of Mid-Zone Elite also chiming in as, trades are happening left, right, and center. It's an absolute pandemonium. Ladies and gentlemen, as we approach the fifth circle, finally starting to shrink in with the dying pandas. Well, they were alive for quite some time, but the pandas are dead again.
Yeah,
Breaks
they're
my
living
heart.
up to their name basically.
Already endangered, and
Yeah,
now,
yeah.
just-
Let's see where somebody is gonna pick them up and eventually bring them out of extinction. But for now, we'll be looking at this game where KO Retribution is looking as strong as possible. There's another finish which comes up. I love the crosshair coming in from the side of Phoenix. He's making sure that at any given point of time the crosshair is holding above the horizon. So any head pops up, any body pops up, he'll be able to land at least 4 to 5 strike fear in the enemy so that he goes down or either gets taken down from his bullets.
Yeah, of course. That's the kind of an ease that you get when you use a weapon like Arm, right? The mobility, the agility that comes along with it. But
Absolutely.
for now, again, Panicless, they're holding one of the best spots. They've got that open warehouse to themselves with Mid-Zone just playing around the ridges a little bit as Angur spotting them out. Takes a few shots at him, but it's going to be important to see if he's going to lob that grenade, which eventually player 69 is going to do. As a threat, he's revealed his head, but is the long toss going to really help him out? I was starting to wonder that's not going to do the job, but either ways, player 69 just shifting to his arm and getting that knock, applying a little bit pressure on the players of Mid-Zone over there. As the remainder of the pack, they try to come in from the western side as player 69 with that really beautiful Scarl knock over there. As Bunny, he's just caught between a rock and a hard place with nowhere to run and hide. Let's see what he's up to.
Yeah, but player 69, he has to watch out for the meds, which is being exhausted just now. That was the last health kit he had, and now he can't risk of coming out in the open and trying to take players down because he doesn't have a helmet which is intact and no healings for himself. So better fall back with your team, try to stack up some loot with the kills, with the finishes you've already attained. But at the same time, Faith on the other side is throwing grenades at this point of time against Retribution. Now we have to see how this fight is going to end up because either of these teams might have the potential chances of getting the winner chicken dinner for themselves.
Oh, it could be anybody's. I'm telling you this. It's going to depend upon the next shift. But I really feel great about the fact that certainly new teams have come up right now. You've also got Kalia Esports in the fray coming here. Faith being one of the repetitive teams. They did well in the first game. And they're carrying along the baton over here as well. But for now, they've got to get inside the circle. It's 20 meters. They still have a vehicle, which is really good thing at this point.
Yeah, but one bad thing about Faith right now is none of the teammates have proper healings for themselves.
Yeah,
only
that's
one
a
player
bummer.
was having probably 1 or 2 health kits, but the rest are all exhausted, and that's a very bad thing for them. Jungli knows exactly when to start becoming, mad against all these teams. As simple as that. Now, right now, they made it inside the circle, inside the final circles, and now they're pouring lead on anybody possible. Now, how many finishes? I'm so sorry. Can they pick up? Is going to be the big question over here. Jungli official is going to be looking forward for as much finishes as possible because in the previous game, they have done much better.
Oh, they certainly have. And, this sort of a defensive approach from them, their side, I love that right now. I was expecting a lot of aggression, which they wanted to ensure that, get a good position point in this game as well, and then qualify into the top 8. It gets really easier. And that is where you can start picking up on more finishes in the latter games, with Sanhok still to come. But now Gabru is ensuring that he gets the better out of Terror, getting the wipe out. But now this is where you've got to see if Jungli are they going to really, showcase their wildest side, because now they've got to get inside the circle with so many teams hearing them cause a lot of ruckus.
Absolutely. Now let's not forget what Jungli Husky did in the previous game, and he's also pretty much alive. He's not come out in the open or trying to take players down, so probably he's waiting for the final few teams to be alive. We just have 4 left out over here, if I'm not wrong, and with 11 people alive, excluding the 4 from the side of Team Jungli, I really want to see how much finishes can they pick up. They have high ground advantage, they have cover advantage. Now how well will they play this game is going to be important. Now they're pushing on to the only team which has got cover. A very clever call from the IGL of Jungli. Let's see whether they'll be able to strike the team properly, and if they can do it, the next team they'll be looking at, it's going to be Faith.
No, Hell hath broken loose right now with the way Jungle's been pushing in along. It's Husky leading the charge, but Aryan puts a stop at him. But can he go against the MG3 over here as Crazy got not the right area to open up that crosshair on that 6 times, get punished. But with Phoenix coming in, and this is what we've been talking about, you know, another one of those deadly weapons and doing the job, shifting to the Scarlet, gets that squad wipe. As again, Jungly official are off to another flying game, as now they've got just to deal with the players of Team KE, where Raksu seems to be out of ammunition.
Now, where is Jungly Husky? Oh, I do see him. He has to heal up to his fullest potential. It's going to be a 4v2 situation.
Yeah.
And very clearly we can understand this, that, you know, the Junglies can take home another winner chicken dinner for themselves. Because ultimately, the first one looked very much like one for themselves. So over here, Kalia Esports have done an amazing job to acquire some finish points of themselves. The crosshair, which we keep speaking about, doesn't place well, due to which Jungly officials will be getting that winner chicken dinner for themselves. And let's see how the points are going to look after this, because 2 times in a row this team has done wonders and amazing work.
Oh, they certainly have. This time, however, with less number of finishes, but it's still good, right? As long as you're getting those 15 points out of the placement points that we do have to offer you for those chicken dinners. And hey, it's a back-to-back, and
Yep.
that's such an amazing thing to do. You know, you just could not have a better start to your road in for the BMPS, because that's the end goal for all these teams, you know, looking at going to compete against the best in the region right now. But Jungly official shows the kind of domination. But, you know, just barring Jungly out, it's such a good game for Panicless and Kalia.
Exactly.
Now, Kalia is one of those teams that really was in the thick and thin of all those fights, right? They were getting those finishes done, while Panicless really banked upon one central meta where they kind of went in and held on to the power grid open warehouses, right? That is where they started letting all the teams sort of congregate on them, and that is where they got majority of the finishes. As we take a look at the point standing, Jungly official 22 points again.
Yeah, I do believe that, you know, they're thinking right. In the map of Erangel, it was all about offensive gameplay. In the map of Miramar, it was defensive. So they exactly know how to play in which map. Oh, now, all these things said and done, I really want to look at the side of Faith, you know.
Yeah.
They're still depending on the finish points, I believe, and that is why they couldn't acquire anything over here. In the previous game, it was all about finish points. Here, it's the placement points which they have achieved a little better, but ultimately, we can understand that they were not in the right position at the right time.
I think it's more about making the wrong decision, right?
Yeah, that's right.
I think they should have just pushed when the players sort of went in from Jungly at Panicless, right? That was
Yep.
their cue to sort of come in and third party, which they did not. As we move along to the second page, as few of the teams haven't really gotten off to a good start, and out of them, Dying Panda Esport is something I really want to get into the picture over here, because this is one of the teams that was away aloof from all the fights, and we really thought that they might have a really good game, but clearly wasn't the case.
Yeah, but you know, one thing which I always keep wondering, whether, I don't know whether this speculation is right. I think that you will shed a better light on this. The point is this, that, you know, if you're not able to execute kills, if you're not able to fight out players from the beginning. Before I make my point, let's look at the MVP on the screens at this point of time. It's Aryan Jod himself from the side of Panicless official. He's got 5 finishes with just 500 damage. That shows that, you know, he knew exactly what he was doing. His precision was absolutely fine. Now the top 5 you know, MVPs over here on our screens.
Yeah, I think, you know, if you talk about the top 5 players, I really loved how Faith always get themselves into the midst of the fight, you know, getting their wings spread out a little bit, and that is what Player 69 had to do, right? He was in the thick and thin of battles right from the very start. Now, I'm rather surprised not to see any players of Team Noxious, because, you know, Noxious was again one of those teams that was constantly in between a lot of battles, right? One after the other. I thought, you know, they would be accruing a lot of finishes to their name, which certainly did not happen. But again, the players of Jungly somehow keeping themselves in the mix this time. If not Husky, we've got the bird rising from death, and it's Phoenix.
Yeah, absolutely. We saw Phoenix, I believe, you know, when he was playing over there. But yeah. Player 69, we saw he was the only person trying to heal up, come out in the small ridge behind it, and then he was trying to register kills. And as soon as he got to know that there are no more medkits for himself, it looks like he fell back. Now, the match summary probably on the other side is going to give her a better, you know, understanding about how things have turned out in this game.
Yeah, of course. I mean, it's been pretty standard. A little lesser number of grenades used, considering the distance you have. Not a lot of compounds being pushed along. I think we did see, just absolute pandemonium towards the end, where everyone was just going after the other.
Yeah.
But long distance finish, I really thought, you're gonna see a number higher than 200, which is absolutely fine. This time, again, like I discussed earlier, right? You're gonna have more knocks in Miramar in comparison to Erangel, which was the case. Not a lot of revives could be given this time around, just 35. So again, 2 airdrops looted. We did see both the MG3s making it to the final circle, right? But what really impressed me was teams like even mid-zone. Again, one of the teams that have been constantly getting those finish points. They've been getting those placement points. They've built such a thick cushion for themselves that in Sanhok, they could just go all guns blazing, could care less about the world, just spot a player and go after them, get the finishes. And I think you need that sort of a freedom. And if you are off to a good start, you sort of feel the energy just surging through your body, the adrenaline, and wow.
Yeah. So, there's so many things to speak about when it comes to the differences. But for now, let's look at the overview of how teams have performed so far. This FDO graph, this is something, where you get into the brains of each and every team and try to understand how they played so far. So, starting from the beginning, I would like you to take us through the finishes and the damage which has been dealt over here. Shows who's aggressive and who's always played for the defensive play.
Yeah, I think it's pretty obvious for us right now. What is really surprising is Panicless kind of getting themselves into the fray, right, with 11 finishes this time. A lot of decent amount of damage has been done. However, you could sort of expect 2000 plus, but it's all right. It's still the early phases. You're gonna have those butterflies in your tummy, but I think Faith for me has been really impressive. Of course, Jungli have been a cut apart, right? It's just not about the finishes. You need to have that perfect balance, like which I've been emphasizing. And we might sound like broken records, right? But you've got to make sure you've got a perfect sort of equation going on. You've got to balance it out. And if you're able to do that, then you are bound to win. Something I think that has been the secret mantra for Team Jungli.
Yeah, so we were speaking about pandas, right?
Yeah.
So I did tell you that there's a point which I want to speculate and understand whether you agree to it. So if your thumbs are warm enough when you're playing, right? You've been a player yourself. So from the beginning, at least if you have 1 or 2 skirmishes with somebody, and in the final circle when you step in, probably that gives you a better control over the crosshair as well as your fingers because it's warm. Or you tend to stay away from the fight always and you come in the final circle, but still can you perform the same way?
Warm-ups needs to be done before the match, right? I believe that for Dying Pandas, one of the biggest issues were they were trying to resign from every single fight. They were following abstinence. They were like, we're not going to be there, we are peaceful, peace-loving pandas, we just want to stay away from the battle. And that's not how it goes, right? You've got to get your hands dirty, you've got to get yourself in the mix. Now, however, I've got to contradict it with my own opinion. Now, for a team that is really scared of taking fights early on, it's going to be a little harassing for them, because what really happens is they tend to get a lot of casualties. Now, that is something that you cannot really afford, right, early on. Now that you already are lacking confidence, you're not exuding that energy that is needed, and then you engaging into those battles. What really happened with the Dying Pandas is a living example. So ideally, you've got to make sure that if it comes down for taking those fights, if you have an objective that you can attain or you can benefit from that particular fight, is where you really pick off. As taking a look at the highlights, right, a lot of fights did sort of start to happen around those mid to late mid-game phases.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, one thing which I missed the most over here is gonna be how the vehicle explosions did not take away much lives, which we usually tend to see in the map of Miramar. But as of now how man advantage has always helped players over here. 2 men pushing together has always reaped benefits for the team, which is pushed in hard. Now, at the same time, we're able to see in these fights where there are players with the grenades, they try to register knocks or probably finishes, were not able to do it ultimately because they did not know the terrain well.
It's not about knowing the topography over here. It's about the fact that they were really worried that they might get third-party from elsewhere. We saw on various occasions, Arka, where people got those knocks, but they were kind of being a little bit restrictive to themselves, because the moment they knew that they would be out in the open, that is not the kind of a risk that they would want to take at that particular moment out there. And understandable, because I've been in these situations. I might be the best player in the world, but you still tend to have those tingling nerves, right? In the major games, because now again, the past, I think around the BGIs, we had just around 3 games that where their lives were dependent. Now heading on into the BMOC, now the number of games has increased, right?
Yeah.
So now, the huge shout out to the officials to actually make it happen, because now teams there are certain matches where you kind of are a little bit unlucky, things are not favoring, and now you've got 5 games, so might want to make the best out of it, because I think 5 game is pretty much standard. But yeah, towards the final fight, it all came down to the power grid area, right? This is where the Panicless, they were just holding on to their lives, not allowing any infiltrator to just come in. And that is where they started getting a lot of finish. And this is the moment where Junglee started stepping up.
Yeah, absolutely. They found the right time to actually get into the fights. They knew that now is the time we strike and we collect as many finishes as possible. And I really love the way they took it. They did not go to the weakest team available in the circle, but rather went to the strongest team available. It was 4v4 when they took down the first team, and from then on they knew that the equation was good and it was working out towards them. And the final 4v2 which took place, one grenade gave that initial opening for them, and then they pushed in, finished both of them, and got that winner chicken.
No, I'm rather surprised with the kind of confidence that these players are having. I mean, they're getting that push down without any knocks. They're just going in, and that is the kind of confidence that you need to make it to being a tier 1 team, the upper echelon, to make it to the cut. But finally, I think it's time to head inside the rainforest now. I love myself some drinks over here, some beverages. I like to make myself a pina colada, because I'm going to take a break from over here on now, as we sort of have to take a look at the teams again playing in and participating. Of course, now replacing me would be Salty.
Absolutely. Now, again, all these teams which have already performed before on the map of Miramar will be performing again. So, it's Salty, I would like to say it's not necessary for us to go through the teams which have already played. Right? It's the same lineup. But rather, I would like to say, how much of salt did you add in that break?
Dude, quite a lot, man. Like, there was obviously a lot of salt at that snack, but to be honest, if you talk about salt, it has to be Junglee. What are they doing?
They're not only adding salt, I believe they're adding some masala in this game as well. They're confident. See, this is what happens when you start off good. With the first game itself, they started off so good. Husky was the first person, 1v3 2 times if I'm not wrong, or 1v4 once and a 1v3. So that kind of confidence boost in the map of Miramar is obviously going to help you guys. So they know they did the hard working in the map of Erangel, and when it comes to the map of Miramar, all they did was just play safe and strike when it was required. So striking the iron when it's hot is the most important thing.
Absolutely, and I feel like they've checked all the boxes. This map of Sanhok is probably going to test the finale of it all. I feel like they will be tested in terms of whether they can be their aggressive best. I'm expecting a hat-trick from them, if you're not mistaken, Arco, because to be honest, this is one of my favorite maps. A lot of teams, a lot of players, you get to see all that heal battles going in the final circle as well. But to be honest, if you play it right, it tends to be really, really aggressive right from the get-go, and that is something which I love.
Yeah, absolutely, because the map is so small. The most beautiful thing about the map of Sanhok, which will be beautiful for us but not for the players, is going to be the third party capabilities. Every time you hear a sound, you just rush in over there to see how many finishes you can grab in being the third party in this game. But at the same time, if your crosshairs were working perfectly in the map of Sanhok, just imagine in a close range battle how well that can turn out to be.
Absolutely. I feel like in Sanhok, you have the potential of acquiring as many finish points as you can. And to be honest, in a circle where you only have one Sanhok map in the affair, you've got 2 Miramars, you've got 2 Erangels, you've got 1 Sanhok. I feel like this is the opportunity for a lot of kills who are there in the lower ends of the overall standings. I feel like this is going to be an opportunity for them to gain as many kills and gain as many ranks as possible. Get towards the top, get towards the top 8, and possibly give them a chance for qualification. Because once again, we're going to head back to a full circle. We're going to go back to Miramar. We're going to go back to Erangel as well. But ladies and gentlemen, the flight path has taken off. I'm your captain, Salty. With me, co-captain Arka. What's the weather report like?
It looks like it's gonna be very, very hot inside inside the map of Sanhok, because ultimately everybody wants some finish points in their name.
Tropical islands,
They're done. They're done with being soft. They're done with, probably the mindset could be this,
Yep.
that, you know, they're done with being silent. They just want to rush in, be what Faith was, be what Junglies were in the previous two matches, get those initial finish points for yourself, and then trying to play for placement points. As we all know, in this small map, no matter how far you are, you're still close to one another.
Absolutely, man. I mean, to be honest, Sanhok, I feel like, sure, there will be a lot of snakes in the process, but right now there will be a lot of guns. You see the flight path, it's pretty cool. I mean, from Camp Charlie towards Cow and Monga, there is a lot of potential for the teams to go to their drop location. More or less
Ooh.
similar flight path. But look at the circle, though. I mean, right towards the northern ends of it all, you've got two teams in the process, Team KO as well as Team Midzone. Which team is going to come out on top? I'm not sure of it. But you can already see that Team Midzone Elite, they are quite separated. And they are quite in a process where they can't really synergize. There is no trade potential.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, I really like the way, you know, whichever team is going for the initials, it's going to be an easy pickup for them. Because ultimately, if you get a knock, you can easily convert into a finish. Because in the map of Sanhok, one most beautiful thing is when you rush in, you have this SMGs working in your favor. So the amount of jiggle, the amount of, the way you're able to finish is going to be good. Now, Burnex on the other side, I've already found Commando on his knees. They're going to be confirming him with that AK. He's going to be Milind. And they're going to be very happy to draw the first pick in this game. And I really love the way Burnex is going to pick up, because the heat is already felt by the team. Now they want to distribute it throughout the map.
Oh, absolutely, man. I mean, tropical islands, there will be a lot of heat, to be honest. Burning's official. They've looked good so far. I mean, they've kind of looked like a team who can probably get themselves a chicken dinner. But one important thing for them is they aren't really capable of performing in the final circle. They go to the final circle, they stay alive to the final circle, they lose a couple of men in the process, and rightly so in the final circle, they struggle quite a bit. But so far, so forth, they've got themselves a first kill, right way to start this map. I feel like this can turn their fortune around, but of course for that they need a performance of a lifetime, because this opportunity is going to be one for a lifetime.
Absolutely. Now, the most mid-zone elites have a very, very good advantage. All four players are staying pretty much close to one another. If they get one knock, they can easily push in and dominate against the side of Retributions. Retributions on the other side are trying to push their luck too much, is what I believe. Phoenix is trying to throw a grenade through the only opening he can find at this point of time, but rather he's going to be revealing his location. So it looks like, you know, the side of mids already know where the players of KO are almost, and in case there's a small push coming in from their side, it's going to be easy. But KO on the other side comes in as a straight line. They have regrouped and they understand that this is the initial fight which they need to take as well.
Absolutely. But so far we haven't seen casualties yet. We've seen grenades, we've seen some pot shots as well. But both the teams, they are comfortable with each other. They've got a couple of loots as well. So their grocery shopping is completely done. This grenade obviously isn't going to connect as well. So you can see Team Midzone as well as Team KO Retribution, both of them, they are just trying to scan the opposition. They're trying to just understand where the opposition is right now.
Taunt them.
Exactly, taunt them, right? You try and take a step. You propose the opposition to kind of take a step back as well, and in the process maybe make a mistake. If they do so, they're going to capitalize. This chess game is what is happening right now.
Absolutely. Now the most important thing for these two teams is to realize that don't take a fight longer than how much it's required in the map of Sanhok, because you're going to be attracting a lot of people. The third parties are going to come in as quickly as possible because of the size of the map. One, the second most important thing is that you need to do your farming. You need to go around and pick up as many resources as possible.
Yep.
If you're just sticking on to one place trying to fight out one team, once the circle closes in and the teams rush in towards you, you're not going to have the right kind of resources to take more than one fight.
Absolutely. And look at the circle, man. I mean, I am all in love with this circle, to be honest, because look at Team Last. They went for Cow, a city or a village, whatever you call it, right at the edge of the map. Who would know that they would be the dead center of the circle? If not the geometric center, obviously they will be in the center of the circle. But one thing with water circles is that after a few times, after a few iterations, most of the water is going to move out of the circle. It is going to come back to the land, that's for sure. if not for the extremities. But once again, the teams, of course, will have to rotate towards the northern ends of the map, and in the process, there will be a lot of fights. Most of the teams who are, let's say, in the southern ends or in the eastern or the western ends of the map itself, they will have to rotate, and there will be a lot of mid-rotation fights, and that is something which I'm looking forward to, because right at the start of it all, teams are just shopping around, just like you said, they're farming for groceries, just waiting for the gunshots.
Absolutely. Now I really want to see how Team Last is going to take advantage of all this. They've also been presented with a drop as well. So they'll be geared up. They'll be stronger than any other team, with having the best kind of firepower as well. But towards the eastern side of the map, we don't see anybody. And that was the most important thing for us to see. From the southern side, near Camp Charlie, was two teams which are trying to fight out with one another. And I wish that our eyes goes over there, because ultimately both of them have to travel. Now we have to see whether they decide to disperse from one another or take the fight with one another at this point of time. Panicless on the other side. This is one team which has already lost Vampy yet again. This is not something which we are seeing, new. This is like they always lose Vampy, and I do believe if Vampy survive, they can get an opportunity to get themselves a winner chicken dinner.
I want to double click on what you just said right now. That is Camp Charlie containing two teams right now, right? Team Mid-Zone Elite as well as Team KO Retribution. Now, they're not just fighting against each other, they're also fighting against the circle. They need to get back and get inside the circle, get themselves a good spot. It's not just about, battling the blue zone and not taking any damage. You also need to find some real estate inside the circle, some good compounds if you wish, and
Hard
some
cover.
good, some hard cover, exactly. So that is something which they need. And according to the map feed that I can see right now, I feel like, yes, they have dispersed from that fight and they are already on the travel, but they obviously will take a lot of time. I'm not really sure if they are going to get some hard cover inside the circle or not, but right now on our screens, there is still yet to be some gunfights. That is something which I'm waiting for. Sanhok essentially isn't this peaceful every single time.
And that's the whole point. Now, when you don't have initial fight, we know what comes after the silent sea.
Oh my god, absolutely.
Yeah, so I really want to see how Faith is going to turn things around at this point of time, because this is not the first time they have been under the radar. From the beginning, I'm able to see that somehow Faith tries to survive until the end, but still not able to land the right kind of finishes in the game. In the map of Miramar, that was the fate for them. 69 was the only player who could secure 2 finishes for himself, and apart from that, I did not see anybody contributing when it comes to finish points. Whereas placement points, that is the IGL has done a good job trying to carry his team until the final circles and waiting for assaulters or the supporters to actually get some finish points.
Absolutely. Orca, I have a very important question to ask. Considering the fact that top 8 qualified to the next round, do you believe it's important for Faith or for any other team to kind of give out all their tactics in the search for chicken dinner as well as for finishes? Because what do you think? Would you balance both and probably get yourself a decent position inside the game itself, get yourself an average, or would you go for the tippy top, go for something like a jungly?
See, this is the whole point. So first part of your question was, would you give away all your strategies, right? So you will have certain, at least 3 to 4 strategies in your pocket. You execute one. If that is going right, don't show off the other 3. Try to go and dominate. If that is working out for you, get some finish points, get some placement points, and try to move forward in this tournament. If that is not working out, obviously plan B or plan C, and from then it goes on. But at the same time, if you're doing the hard work in the first 3 maps or the first 2 maps, if you've done done with the heavy lifting, I don't think you'll have to worry about everything else. That gives you an opportunity to go in and experiment and see how the other teams are, and that confidence boost, if you're doing better than them, no matter which strategy you're using, that is going to add on to your confidence so much that when it comes to the next round, you're performing much better than how you're performing here.
Wonderfully explained, but so far you can already see that the evolution from human to snakes is started, Orca.
Yep.
Archer Esports, good way to start the game, to be honest. We still have 62 players alive in 16 teams. Did not expect so much silence in Sanhok, but according to the progression of the game, according to the circles that we're going to see, especially in the northern end of the map, I kind of feel like it will be an open circle, not really a lot of compounds to work with. In that case, these in process or mid-revolution snakes, they will be of very use. Orbital X, YT. He's still crawling inside a compound, honestly. But speaking of compound, speaking of crawling, I feel like there is one guy on his knees. What do you have to talk about him?
I mean, I don't know. Reapers are being trying to do their best. Every time they get into a fight, we're able to see that, they're not able to land themselves in the right position. Reborn on the other side will be looking. These are Eternals, right? So Eternals are one team which is trying to make an impact as much as possible. It looks like they're kind of failing in the midst of the game, but let's see whether they'll be able to do it. Airdrop is containing an AUG at this point of time with an 8x. I don't think so. An 8x is going to be that much of a favorable scope to be holding in the map of Sanhok until and unless you have a person who exactly knows to flick and take players down, which is very hard to find in this game.
Absolutely. You also can't use the 8x in other ways, probably like throw at your opponent and knock him down. But anyway, just like you mentioned, I don't think there is any scope of use, especially with an AUG being in the drop. But look at the circle, it's still progressing towards the north. Most of the water areas have been cut out, something which I mentioned right at the start of it all. But Cow as well as Cam Bravo are still in contention, and most of the teams are actually rooting for it. You can see teams are progressing toward the center of the circle, but most of them will be banking for some hard cover as well.
Yeah, but KO on the other side.
Oh my god.
Retributions on the other side. They're still outside the circle, even though the second circle has formed in. It looks like they want to play as defensive as possible. Probably that is one of the strategies which they bought in right now. The first two strategies did not work out when it comes to the map of Erangel and Miramar, and now they want to try out something different in the map of Sanhok. Probably allow all the teams. See, this is the whole point. You have 16 teams still alive. So the smaller the circle, the more the fight is going to take place. Not be amongst those fights. Stay away, try to go for a heal battle. When the number of the teams decreases to probably 5 or 6, that is when you try to enter into the circle and then try to take them down. The less the competition, the better the chances.
Absolutely, but do you have enough healings to actually keep you survive till that? That is going to be the question, and that is going to be the test. Just like you mentioned, this strategy involves less of gunfights, involves more of shopping and utilizing your proper timings of heals. But anyway, the zone is shrinking once again, and most of the teams, one of them will be KO Retribution. They will be tasked to move forward. You can see that they're still scavenging for that med kit. They're still scavenging for those first aids as well. But I can't really see them looking very healthy. They've got 5 bandages and 1 first aid kit. According to the strategy which you explained right now, I think it would be a little problematic. UAP going absolute brr as Zoro gets taken down. Dying Pandas finally getting a sigh of life for themselves, but how long can they carry on? They've got one finish, they've lost a player in the process. A very fair trade-off.
Yeah, Commando IGL has always been the first person to get on his knees and also get taken down. So let's see how that is going to turn out for the Pandas. It's important for them to secure some finish points in this game, because in the previous 2 times we were able to see that only placement points is what they were holding for. But on the other side, Big Chill is trying to hold that off angle where he can take the players down, but ultimately the push comes in. The man advantage was also paid off for the side of Panicless, and they'll be rewarded with one beautiful finish point.
The fights are starting, Orko, and right at the center of the circle is where we have most of it. Team Panicless official trying to push in the compound. A player has been knocked down already. He will be finished quite easily. Erangel getting quite a lot of loot for himself, clearing out all the corners will be their first attempt to clean out the compound for themselves, and they have done it successfully. Can the other team, that is Team NXR, can they fight back, or are they going to fall back and try and keep themselves alive? That is a question which you might answer better.
Yeah, I think that, it's better they fall back and trying to play for placement points. They've lost 2 players, to be specific. Reborn. We were speaking about Reborn? No.
Yeah.
Okay, Reborn were left out with just 2 players, so it's better they fall back and play a little more safer. But on the other side, we're able to see that, prioritizing the circle in the map of Sanhok seems to be not favoring most of these teams, as they're losing players inside the circle. As I said, sometimes when you see the number of people alive, it's better you stay back. Straw Hats on the other side are striking hard. Luffy looks like he's, attained the powers which is required. Even though Zoro has gone down, he doesn't want the support of Zoro anymore, and probably look forward to get more finishes for the team.
Absolutely. They've just got 1 finish so far and are probably looking for more. But how do they progress from this position inside the circle is going to be my prime objective to see right now, because they don't really have a mode of transportation for themselves. They have to walk towards that direction. On the other side, they've got a team Dying Pandas right behind them, hot on their tails.
Yep.
And if they decide to go in the same trajectory, you've got to fight within a fight. You have to fight to get inside the circle. You've got to fight to keep your backline safe. This is an extremely difficult task for this team so far. But speaking of difficult, I feel like life for Device has been made quite difficult, because Reborn has taken him down.
Yep, but at the same time, the toughest thing is gonna be fighting the zone to make it inside the circle with that much amount of health kits in your name is gonna be really, really hard, and that comes in from the side of Retribution. I really, really want to see what they actually are looking forward for in the map of Sanhok, but at the same time, Eternals on the other side have already started to do the damage. I love the way Eternals are scouting around, you know, they're holding the corners of the circle, they're watching their back every time they're making it inside the circle, and once they know that in the final few circles that nobody's going to backstab them, just imagine the kind of attention they can put towards the team which is in front of them, probably take them down and try to get those finish points. So all you know, all these things said and done, the circle at this point of time still favoring the Paradise Resort, and just one team holding that out. I don't know how that's going to favor the other teams.
Yeah, we'll find out, but this is still a relatively peaceful occasion for the teams, because even now there is a lot of real estate to occupy, most of it being lush green fields, but with lush green fields come lush green snakes, and that is exactly what we see right now. Immortal just trying to stay hidden as much as possible, doesn't really have that visibility towards Team Last, but I feel like he can understand where exactly they are located, and he will buy his time for himself. He will buy his time to probably take a shot, and once he does so, he's gonna find the kill for himself. Sagar is on the move, but Immortal is looking for the finish.
Yeah, the slithering snake can actually strike when the time is right. It looks like, you know, he's fallen back from this fight to basically, he's just got info about a team right in front of them. They're like, let's not strike now, let's take some time off. But on the other side, Retribution's finally come to the crosses of mid-zone elites. This fight had to happen before, towards the side of, you know, Camp Charlie. But it looks like this love story is not going to end anytime soon. They've found themselves in a probably you know, southern side of Paradise Resort at this point of time. Let's see whether they'll continue this love story more inside the circle, or they would want to end it right here.
It reminds me of a Bollywood film, Rab Ne Bana Di Jodi.
Probably.
Yeah, they're made for each other.
Yeah.
They landed together. They were together initially. They got separated for a while, but they got back together eventually as well.
Yep.
I'm not sure if they're going to die together to the zone probably. But anyway, grenades being launched, but no damage given so far. Bunny 999, he's got his priorities set. None of them actually care about that zone. The spray comes in. A sort of a whiff. But it's fine. Team Mid-Zone Elite looking to surround Team KO Retribution. Not really the best of positions as they battle the zone as well as Mid-Zone Elite. Problematic situation, Arka. What do you think? How can they survive this situation?
Yeah, all they have to do is not get knocked down like that, and eventually one knock is more than enough for the side of, you know, Retribution to actually push in. Bunny on the other side wants to, you know, give them the taste of their own medicine, but eventually bounces back. Not the right kind of trigger discipline, I would like to say. But over here, you know, Bunny also gets taken down. That was not the cover you would want to be in. Retribution are not going to stop themselves. They know that they've already done the heavy lifting over here. The last man standing is inside that, you know, hut. They want to rush in and take him down as quickly as possible. As Ron's OP is actually landing grenades in the right spot. That was a defensive grenade is what I would like to call it, because ultimately it pushed him back, giving an opportunity for Retribution to actually, you know, revive one of their players.
Yeah, good one, but so far Tronzer, I don't think he's looking defensive by any means so far. He's looking all attack. Grenade obviously wouldn't connect. A lot of damage being dealt. But here comes TPP and here comes the spray. Complete finish, zero mercy. That is how Team Mid-Zone Elite function. But Team KO Retribution, they've got all the kills for themselves. Mid-Zone Elite, sadly, have been completely wiped off. 15 teams still remain in the competition, though.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, the most important thing, Retribution got it on a cost of 2 players. Now, with 2 players, you know, having a disadvantage of men standing on this in the map of Sanhok with 16 to 15 teams alive, I don't think so it's going to be easy for any teams. All they have to do is probably go in for a heal battle or something like that. Eternals on the other side have another man down. They're going to make sure that, you know, they lift him up. They want to make sure that they stay together, stick together until the final circle, and then try to take the fight to the enemies. Now, look at the number of teams which already lost a player. We have more than 5 teams, you know, losing player. We have more than probably 2 teams having less than 2 players, and 1 team just 1 man standing. Now, Eternals on the other side carrying their teammates, a very clever thing to do, which I've not seen being used in the competitive level to actually, you know, save your teammates rather than bringing him out of the blue zone. Good cover to revive your teammate.
Absolutely. The circle shifts a little toward the south, I wouldn't really say this is the southern circle because it covers the entirety of Paradise Resort, but you can see that there isn't really a lot of real estate to occupy. Teams who have already occupied Paradise Resort are going to be the kings of the hill so far, but there are teams who are still looking forward to challenge it. Harsh OG once again starts his spray, gets a knock for himself, but I'm not really sure if he's going to get the finish though. But a fight is imminent at this point. You can't escape, you can't survive after this. I feel like you have to engage in fights, you have to create that space for yourself. The tactic which you were talking about initially to try and avoid the fights as much as possible, I feel like at this point you wouldn't be able to avoid the fights unless you are someone like a legend who is pulling off a legendary move in the grass, in the amidst all these lush green fields. He is like a deadly young man lying on his belly.
Snake.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, he knows the location of the enemies in front of him. All he has to do is not come into the crosshairs, nor make any mistake of misfiring, you know, when it comes to his gun. But at the same time, he's cooking up a grenade. Pulling off that spin is also more than enough. Revealing the location. Legend finally gets his location, gets revealed, gets taken down. Millen did hear it at the right time, and he was able to, you know, play his last resort for that player. All these things said, and then the team last is also over here. Saga pretty much in the crosshairs of Millen yet again. All Millen had to do was just hold his position as he was going in for the spray. Burn X Robot on the other side also finds somebody spraying against him. That's going to be Jungly Phoenix on the other side. So the Junglies have started to go mad in this game.
Absolutely, Jungly is going absolute wild in this one. You know, smokes aren't really all that much cover in Sanhok, especially because all that you're doing is hiding behind trees, and a general spray in that direction is going to finish you off. So that is something which I didn't really get to see from this team. But anyway, team lost. They still survived with 2 men, and I feel like surviving with 2 men in a final circle of Sanhok is still possible. You just lay low and just wait for your opportunity. Gives away his position exactly that you were talking about. Behind one small rock, one general grenade in this radius is probably going to blow them off.
Yeah, and now this is the best part. You throw grenades in every nook and corner of the map with 10 teams standing. Probably you'll find 1 or 2 knocks or probably 1 or 2 finishes for yourself. Now team Straw Hats are still alive with 3 men standing with 5 finishes which they've obtained. Team Dying Pandas again goes away. Archery Sports goes away. Toxic Award goes away. Mid Zone goes away. So it gives a very good opportunity for the teams on the top to again dominate in another map. Faith on the other side, as I said, was the only team attaining the side of Paradise Resort. It looks like they'll continue to, you know, show domination in this place. They have understand the terrain so well now that if anybody tries to push in, they know exactly where to peek and fire.
Exactly, but Panicless official, they're trying to
look at that.
Esports kind of suffering because of this. Aryan Jot finding consecutive knocks for himself, but wait, just like you mentioned, they were on the backseat waiting for the third party, but no, that doesn't happen. Panicless official once again, Aryan Jot on the run, and this man is making it work. Angur, though, is going to resurrect his friend Sandy Jot, but will they be able to survive grenades being launched in Team Panicless? They look like a hungry young team who is looking for kills right now. Faith needs to stop them right from the get-go. If Aimbot gets a knock for himself or probably a first finish, I don't think there is any chance for Faith to keep control over this compound itself.
Yeah, but, you know, Spear on the other side actually knows the location of the complete squad of, you know, Retribution at this point of time. So it's important for him to not give in me. I think it's Panicless. I'm so sorry. So he knows the location of Panicless at this point of time. He doesn't want to reveal his location by giving any kind of fires or grenades. That's a very, very good thing, as still they have control of the zone. Straw Hats are pretty much still alive over here on the other corner. So things can be much, much better. Retribution, the last man standing. I don't know why he wanted to go in for those shots. Revealing his location at this point of time. Atharva is trying to do best over there, but eventually will have to pay the price, because jumping around being the last man in the open, I don't think that's the right way to get into, you know, a circle or probably into a fight.
KO Retribution gets eliminated, but look at this stat arc. Jungle officials still survive. 2 of them have been knocked out. Those Straw Hats quite comfortable. You've got quite a few teams who are comfortable. Team Fate, most importantly, they've got 4 men alive and 5 finishes for themselves. I feel like they will be the top contenders to actually get a chicken dinner in this one.
Oh, nice
Straws. Joy Boy gets taken down. Nice spray over there. A duel which was supposed to won by Jungle official, but no, Phoenix is on the ground right now. This duel, this 4v4, or rather a 4v2 so far, effectively, as we get to see, is going to be very important for Straw Hats to win if they want to take down Jungly and proceed further in this game.
Yeah, but I love the way Straw Hats have been playing this game. They're prioritizing and reviving their teammates first and then getting into a fight. no, wrong calls coming in from the IGL as well. Now they'll be trying to push in as much as possible, whereas Junglies on the other side are also doing the same. They're playing it very, very clever. They know that where the team exactly lies. Probably 1 or 2 grenades are something which is left out for the side of Straw Hats, and that's why they're not actually using it right now. But Junglies on the other side, they can actually push in. They have height advantage. They can push in a very, very clever way and try to take down the players of Straw Hats. So let's see whether that's going to happen. But on the other side, it looks like Straw Hats got into the crosshairs of Panicless on the other side. Gets eliminated. 2 players gets eliminated, or probably the complete squad gets eliminated, as Panicless on the other side has already done damage against the side of Junglies as well. Panicless at this point of time are trying to chew the bigger chunk, which they might not be able to swallow.
This is a problematic situation, Arka. You can have a look at the circle. It shifted completely away from Paradise Resort. This made life so much more difficult for Faith. They had the complete control of Paradise Resort. They were the kings of the hill, just like I called them. But this sudden shift completely changes their meta, and suddenly they just have 2 players left. I feel this is a 2v3 situation for them. Suddenly the meta has turned, and Jungli once again is in the driver's seat. 3 finishes for them already, but players will be resurrected. But before that, Phoenix is already on the run. Gabru trying to just be the player who is the anchor for them, and Harsh trying to be the flanker, trying to cover all the bases. Team Jungli, they have split themselves up, waiting for Faith to make a move. But what do you think? Faith, what can they do right now? They've got all their players up and running. I guess they've got Sandy Jot up and running as well. 4v3 situation. Do you think they will be able to get this map in their pocket?
Yeah, it's pretty much possible if they heal up to their fullest potential and trying to, use one person as a bait, send somebody who can give you the location of all the other players. It looks like Jungli Official is actually doing it. He's pretty much close to the player, to the other players as well. He knows where the 2 players are. He's going to be trying to, put some bullets through their skull, but it looks like it's not going to happen. Jungli Official on the other side puts up a grenade in the right corner. He's going to be taking down a player. That's going to be Gabru coming up with the right kind of opening. Now they've converted this into a 3v3. They know the location of the other players as well. All those healings which they had, now nothing is there. All the HP they have to fight with those HPs alone. Harsh on the other side, out another player, gets 1 more player down, but ultimately Faith.
What a fight in the end. That was epic, dude. Team Faith. 11 finishes for them. Jungli Official, they came quite back.
I mean, I never expected Faith to perform so well, to be specific. At one point of time, I really thought Junglies could actually do it. But ultimately, as I said, there had to be one person who comes out in the open and tries to find the location of the others, and they were able to do it properly. Retributions on the other side, I love the way they've played this game. They came in late into the circle, but still they were able to attain, 4 points for themselves. But, Jungli on the other side, it looked like, they could have attained much more finishes than what they attained in this game, but Faith played it very, very well.
I feel like, speaking of Jungli, to be honest, you mentioned how Jungli have covered all the bases right from the start. They've been aggressive. They've got a lot of kills in the first game. Next game, they played defensive. This game was proper patience for them. They didn't go for any kills up until the final circle. They waited for that proper opportunity, and they were rewarded actually for that as well. You look at Faith, they've got 11 kills for themselves. They were, I would say, the godchild of the circle every time the circle was forming on them, even in the Paradise Resort. But finally, when it shifted away from it, Faith were in deep trouble, and that is exactly when Jungli tried to bite them right in their neck. But it didn't really pay them dividends, I believe, because of the resurrection that came in. Jungli gave them a little bit of time to actually get into the groove. They got all their 4 men running. It was a 3v2 situation, which instead got into a 4v3 situation. But we look at the other slide once again, Team Dying Pandas. No real change for situation for them. Fate is still against them. Archer Esports, the team whose logo I really like, but unfortunately, they're
not able to hit the bullseye.
Yeah, absolutely, they're not able to hit the target. But we'll have a look at the MVP. I feel like that is going to be the most important player for this game so far. Who do you think it is going to be?
From the Faith, I knew it, but I didn't know it was Angur.
Fixes would be happy.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the whole team is going to be... yeah, this is the kind of performance Faith wanted in the first 2 games. They couldn't retain it, all thanks to the other players of Jungli who were actually snatching it away from them. But in this game, I really loved the way they played. In the lower ridges is what they were with the man advantage, and when they were coming out, they understood on the north, above the ridges, there is not much grass for Jungli to lie down and try to fire against them. So they knew that there is not much place to hide. So they exactly came in at the right time and struck properly. So the top 5 players over here is going to have a lot of different teams coming in. And one is going to be IYD Retribution, one from Panicless, one from Last Level, 2 from Panicless to be specific, and 1 from Faith.
Absolutely, you've got Erangel as well as Aim God, 3 finishes and 2 finishes respectively. You've got Zenon on 3 finishes as well, Pegasus with 4 and Unger with 4 as well. To be honest, Unger has been very consistent so far, especially for Team Faith, and I feel like if you keep up this consistent performance, you would be really benefited at the main stage, that is BMPS. But speaking of the match summary, you've got 56 finishes, 0 vehicle finishes, a very standard 7,000 approximately healings, and
expected more to be specific.
Yeah, exactly, right? Especially in Sanhok, you expect that to be much more. Longest finish distance, you've got 288 meters. Expected to be a little more, but especially when it comes to Sanhok, you don't really get that user sniper rifles. So yeah, for sure. Grenade finishes 0. Something which I did not really expect.
Yeah, at the same time, I really want to see the number of knocks coming in the map. Comparatively to all the 3 maps, this map has got lesser knocks, but ultimately we all know that once you get knocked, the finish is going to fall up very, very easily because of the short distance which comes with it. But at the same time, airdrop loot again stays on an average of 2. But looking at the finish and damage, look at the kind of damage which FYD Retribution have done. 1,825 damage, and all they were rewarded with is just 5 finishes for themselves. So I know they're going to be disappointed with that one thing, that they burnt most of their resources but still couldn't get anything. But at the same time, it's from the side of Faith, if I believe, that they've got the second best.
Yeah, absolutely. 1599 to 11 kills. I feel like this is a proper ratio. You don't really have all that much difference between the 2 buildings that you have created for yourself.
Yeah.
And I feel like that is kind of proper utilization of resources that you especially talked about. If you get damage, it doesn't really give you kills. But if you get kills, if you get finishes, you get that points to actually work with as well. But next map, we are once again getting back to Miramar. But before that, we're gonna have a look at the highlights, most of which is gonna be crawling snakes and all, but let's have a look at the highlights, because
everything is going to be after the 4th or the 5th circle, right?
Yeah.
So initially we saw only Commando getting taken down, and eventually they came so close to him that none of his teammates were there to cover him up. They were able to finish him very, very easily, but after which no more fights took place until the final few circles itself. This was one place where I really thought that the intensity is going to build up, but yeah, after this one finish, I did not find anything well.
Yep, absolutely. This was one fine push which I absolutely love. Panicless official at this point were looking really good. They get a knock, they get a finish, right? They eliminate one guy first, they annihilate him first, and then they move forward to the rest of the 5, which is a very good move, to be honest. But also from the opposition as well, from their perspective, to giving in 1v1s every single time, it's sort of not the best way to go for a 4v4 fight. But nevertheless, we got to see a lot of these mid-range engagements happen, especially when most of these teams were rotating, and one of that reason was the circle towards the very north. Most of the teams did not expect to be landing so higher up in the map itself and rotating to such distance as well. You don't really get to see all that much vehicles as well in this map, so therefore most of these rotations were made on foot, thereby getting vulnerable and getting knocked and finished.
Yeah, Jungli officials at this point of time started to pick up pace. They knew that, they had to pick up as many finish points as possible. IYD Retribution, this is one team which I really thought can perform really well in this map, but ultimately they got taken down ruthlessly at one corner of the map. Burnex on the other side. Yeah, I do remember we both were saying that, Burnex was one of those teams which was playing really well. bring the heat towards the others, but yet again, because of the number of teams in that circle, it costed them a lot. Now, coming back, let's see how things have turned out for the other teams, because I'm waiting to see the overall points table, try to understand the teams below the 3rd position until the 8th position, because that is where you want to be put up, right? You want to be in the top 8. So how many teams are actually fighting out for that position? Because the top 2 would have been taken by Jungli and Faith by now.
Yeah, absolutely. There is no doubt about the fact that Jungli would be at the tippy top. They've got 2 chicken dinners for themselves. Faith being very, very consistent with it. I feel like, just like you mentioned, from 3rd to 8th, there will be a lot of competition. On the bottom half of the table, I'm not really sure if there would be a lot of points to talk about, but I feel like since there has been such a massive disparity between points from the top to the bottom, right? You've got double digits, you've got multiple number 10s and multiples of 10s of points right at the very top, whereas you've got like what, 5, 6, 7 points right at the very bottom. The difference is so huge. I feel like teams can get themselves into the mid-table after they kind of get themselves the first big win in the last 2 games they've made.
Yeah, the teams on the bottom need to get some miracles.
Miracles?
Yeah, because ultimately, see, it's being in the top 8, I do understand, but the teams in between would have also calculated, changed their strategy, probably think of getting placement points, which is more important for them rather than finish points. So all they would want is welcome people into their crosses and try to take them down. So that's also the most important. And this is the final moments of the match where we were able to see, look at what they did. There was one person waking up and he tried to be the bait, he tried to move around, get the position of Jungli, and all the 3 players of Jungli were caught up at one corner of the map. And that was and that became an issue for them. So it was important for them to actually, be distributed in the map, and which actually went in the favor of Faith. They started distributing themselves in the map. They understood that, we need to let one player go forward. The other player is going to tell them that nobody's going to be on the left. You just flank in. He started flanking in, and 3 other players of Jungli, I think
they just got pinned, sir.
Yeah, they got pinned and they did not think smart.
Absolutely. I mean, their movement, Team Fate's movement, was probably the most important of it all.
Exactly.
Also, courtesy to the amount of time that Jungli gave them to, revive and get all the players back. You get space only when you have players to work with. If you don't have 4 players up and running, you don't get that much real estate to work with. So having that 4 players up, they instantly cover all the bases. And you just saw, right, all 3 Jungli players completely pincered, 1 grenade, complete finish and team squad wipe. So loved the final circle. I kind of loved the change as well. There was a change when the circle moved from Paradise Resort towards outside Paradise Resort, and that is exactly when
kind of stayed there only.
So that is exactly where Faith kind of lost their balance. Like, they had compounds, they had to kind of go away from it. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, I feel like you guys are having a lot of fun, but it's also time for some snacks as well, because we need some snacks definitely. We're gonna come back after a very short break. Don't go anywhere. My name is Salty, and with me was Arka. We're signing off. After a very short break, we'll come back.
जब कोर्ट पर बनी टीम ऑफ 5, छठे यार का दिल टूटा ऐसे जैसे टूटे कांच, क्योंकि अब से कोई नहीं होगा कभी भी लेफ्ट आउट. Battlegrounds Mobile India brings you the new 8v8 TDM mode. Let the action begin in Santorini.
It's not about being like everyone else. It's about having your own destination. It's not about how you fit in. It's about the skin you choose to fit in. It's not about you belonging somewhere. It's about you belonging with your squad. Because Because everyone can be a player in Battlegrounds Mobile India. All new Battlegrounds Mobile India with new modes and maps. Let the battle begin. Download now.
ट्रेन और ट्रैक्स के छिचक छिचक के बीच अगर लोकल में बैठी टीम मुंबईज अपनी गेम पटरी पे ला रही है, तो बनारस की पतली गलियों में राजेश गेम में पतली गली पकड़ रहा है। थैंक्स टू सिमरन, उसके क्लैन के रैंक का कोई बाल भी बांका नहीं कर सकता। बड़ा बाजार में कैसा भी हो वाईफाई, पिंटू अपनी स्क्वाड को दे रहा है हाई फाई। और अरविंद उर्फ शार्प शूटर को है पता, द वन हु शोज द वे इज द रियल ताला। चार मीनार के पास एवरीबॉडी नोज ये सिंगल हीरो और दो हाथ का गेम नहीं है। इरेंगल और मिरामार से भी बड़ा एक मैप है जहां हर कोई अपना रैंक पुश कर रहा है। बैटलग्राउंड्स मोबाइल इंडिया, इंडिया रैंक पुश कर रहा है यहाँ। आप हो कहाँ? डाउनलोड नाउ।
What's your biggest weakness?
My biggest weakness?
If I had to pick one,
I'd say that
My biggest weakness is that I'm a real giver, you know. I give more than I should.
Are you going to keep all the loot for yourself, huh? We don't need glory hunters on the team.
I'm firing on all cylinders 100% of the time. Gives others a huge complex. Arey bhai, can't find any guns here. I'll be toast if I have to carry on with this frying pan.
I'm too calm and composed for my own good. Nothing can rattle me. I'm in constant zen mode. Beast mode, guys! Come on, let's go! अरे scout कर रहे हैं यार. Hello, respond!
I just can't push people against their will, you know. Even if it's for their own good. Seeing people uncomfortable just doesn't sit right with me. अबे तुम रेड जोन के बाहर नहीं निकल सकते, कंफर्ट जोन के बाहर कैसे निकलोगे? चिकन डिनर के सपने भूल जाओ, तुम्हारी किस्मत में भूखा मरना लिखा है।
Pick the game, drop the act. All new Battlegrounds Mobile India with new modes and maps. Download now.
This car won't drive itself, right? Where to go, when to stop, read the map. अब ये सब तो in-game reader ही कर सकता है. And danger rarely announces itself. इसलिए आगे बढ़ने के लिए एक स्काउट भी जरूरी है. And without the fragger being there to wipe out the enemies, moving forward तो भूल ही जाओ. और फाइनली गाड़ी आगे बढ़ाने के लिए सिर्फ पहिए नहीं, जैक भी जरूरी है. कोई भी मैप हो और कोई भी रास्ता, जैक ऑफ ऑल ट्रेड्स के बिना टीम नहीं बनती. विदाउट यू एज द सपोर्ट ये गेम नहीं चलती. योर फ्रेंड्स आर वेटिंग फॉर यू ऑन द बैटलग्राउंड्स. फिर से अपने यारों के साथ चिकन डिनर करोगे, साथ मिलके रैंक पुश करोगे. बैटलग्राउंड्स मोबाइल इंडिया, डाउनलोड नाउ.
What is up, people? Welcome back to Battlegrounds Mobile India Open Challenge. I'm back with my co-pilot, my favorite Fixes. What's up? How are you?
A little heartbroken because, you know, it could have been what a wonderful start with a hat-trick coming in there. The hat-trick denied. And yeah, but again, Fate sort of was seeing it long coming, considering the fact that how Sanhok really panned out. I mean, I found it very obvious that they're going to win this game since the fact that you were sitting right at the very center at the Paradise Resort. But enough about Sanhok. Let's just head back into the desserts, I believe.
Absolutely. I love desserts, to be honest. Not the ones that are sandy, but the ones that are probably sweet and sometimes a little salty.
You've got to add a little bit of that caramel mix into
Yeah,
it,
yeah,
you
yeah,
know,
yeah.
sort of to get it on board. But right now, ladies and gentlemen, I mean, it has to be the matchup, which is for the penultimate time for the evening. As right now, I think a lot of teams have picked up pace, right? Especially a lot of finally we're finding that little bit of a segregation being made amongst the team. You know, now we're getting that division where we're getting those top 8 teams and then the next 8. But like I've said, right, with 2 games remaining, things can really change very, very fast.
Especially, to be honest, do you really think there's a chance for the teams who are right at the bottom of it all to kind of make it into the top 8? 2 big games can potentially make it, I know that. But do you think it's realistic or it's practical, given the performances that they've had already? A lot of mistakes being built up and that pressure, that responsibility. all
Yeah.
of them added up, do you think it's possible?
Ideally, yes, but like you said, realistically, it's going to be a lot more difficult because it's, hey, the final 2 games, and we are sort of languishing in the bottom of the table, and this is where we've got to start, putting all what we have right now, because the journey ends, right? If you do not make it to the top 8, you might have gotten through the in-game qualifiers, but it comes down to nothing again. You've got to wait for the next season, you've got to wait for the next BGIS to come. So, of course, you've got to put your pedal to the metal and just give it all, right? That has to be the go-to mantra that I have to say for all these teams. But from what I've really been seeing is they haven't really been putting the right efforts, right? They haven't done their homework. They haven't made themselves very adaptable to the lobby, and that is few of the teams that they have done, which they have been very well rewarded with.
Absolutely. I feel like confidence has been rewarded the most so far, Fixes. We saw 2 teams battle it out right from the very start, Jungli and Faith, and they've been rewarded. They are at the tippy top. I'm not really a big advocate of, you go and take fights and then suddenly you are the top. No, that doesn't happen. But systematic fights, yes.
Yeah, you've got to take those methodical fights. You've got to pick up. Like I've said, you need to figure out what your objectives are, right? You've got to rely on your instincts. Yes, fine. Now, if you're spotting a team and you're going after them, you've got to figure out why you're going after them, because otherwise you're just going to get taken down. But that being said, ladies and gentlemen, we are taking it up to the skies yet once again for the final time. And of course, Miramar. This time, however, we've got a sort of a similar flight path trajectory, considering the fact it is dissecting the map into 2 halves. Now, this time, the sort of borders towards El Azhar, they're gonna have no trouble getting over there. We did have a little bit of a kerfuffle, sort of a breakout in Picardo. Burnix official, getting contested over there by, I believe, Team Eternal. So that is again one of those drop collisions that we might get to see, or maybe teams might have adapted to the entire lobby. That being said, I'm just waiting for the circle. The first one was pretty plain, pretty decent. It was around the center, but this time I want it around the edges, somewhere maybe a southern Los Leones circle, or might as well go northwest towards El Pozo.
Absolutely. I feel like we can have a different spice to it.
Yeah.
But so far, so forth, I feel like teams are going to the defaults, and I can't really see a build-up of any initial clash already.
A few changes have been made. Burnix official do not seem to drop off at Picardo anywhere, and this is what I was talking about, ladies and gentlemen. The Los Leones circle coming in for us. The boys from KO. They're going to enjoy themselves. It's going to be interesting to see where they eventually head on to with their first rotation. Are they going towards the Los Leones Scott building, or are they going to take the Eastern Hills? Because we've seen majority of the circle shifts in that direction, but a little bit of a fight breaking out between the players of Team Faith and Kale Esports, and both these teams have really exceeded expectations, at least for me.
Absolutely. Kale Esports, I'm not really sure in which position they are, but this fight, I'm not really sure if they would take a long distance engagement right so early on in this game. So far, they've got sniper rifles to work with, might take some pot shots and tease the opposition, but to try and commit for a fight so early on, it kind of sets interest for Faith, to be honest, because they might actually go in because they can let themselves free. They've got the freedom, they've got the wiggle room at the top. That is what I always say. But Kale Esports, I'm not really sure in which position they're in.
Oh yeah, I think, with Faith right now, like I said, they are exuding all that confidence, and they're transitioning that into some amazing plays over here. Finally connecting the shot. But again, like I said, right, this is something that Faith can really go for. But for Kale Esports, they need to understand it's Faith that they're going up against, the winners of the last game. They've been consistent throughout. So of course, now this is certainly not the right team to go up against, but hey, we know their Faith. Kalia certainly do not.
All right then. We've got some
Doesn't end
crazy
well.
air action so far. Zero just trying to go to his final destination, but where is it though?
I mean, doesn't end well. In any single time I've seen even the tier 1 players, take that glider up in the skies, and they sort of crash land somewhere. And there you have it, the players of Team Faith getting rattled a little bit by Pride, but it's still the early phases. Now, this is again coming down to the fact that considering they're battling it out around Minas Generalis, the only thing that bugs me at this point, this is the looting time, right? You've got to disengage from your battle, maybe pick up a next good spot, find your vehicles, and get done with your loot, because it's sort of getting to a dead rubber situation where you're just trying to inflict certain damage and you're not getting anything out of it, right? This is not going to be the end of the circle. There's no chance the circle is going to end over here. So for now, I mean, I think the right decision for Kalia Esports or Faith would be to back off. But with Kalia investing a few more players into the mix, I think they want to pick up some fight.
If they do so, will that be a proper trade-off? They lose a couple of players in the process, and even if they get the entire squad wipe off of Team Faith, do you think it's a wealthy investment? It's a very healthy investment?
I think if they can get 2 knocks, then that's going to be really nice, and then they can go off with the finish, and that is again going to be 4 finish points for them, which might just be the decider if they make it to round 2 or not. So for Kalia, yeah, of course, I mean, they've got a lot to earn, but for Faith, I mean, getting eliminated early on, it's all right, because they pretty much have their work cut out. They know they've, garnered enough points to qualify for round 2. This is a risk that they can take and still live with.
Absolutely. You can see the circle, to be honest. There is a bit of water in it, but I don't think it's going to cause problems for any of the teams out there. But I'm really interested if some of the other team actually finds themselves some home at the banks. Or the what do you call it? The beaches?
Yeah, the shorelines, whatever. I mean, but I do not really feel. I would be, however, surprised if the circle sort of shifts towards the eastern side. It has happened once, in the other tournaments and the third-party events that we have seen. But right now, if it happens an official one at that, we're all going to be elated, right? But yeah, like you said, right now, Salty, I think our wishes have been granted. We finally get to see a certain circle somewhere around Los Leones. I have this, this feeling in my heart that, it's going to go somewhere, apart from Los Leones, somewhere around, maybe, like I said, towards the eastern side, or maybe towards that western side. But we've seen those shifts happening around that La Bendita area a little bit. Team Straw Hats, though, this was one of my picks that I was really looking forward to. But, they've been at the thick and thin of things. They've been somewhere around the middle, nothing too flashy. But they've had their moments, right? They've had their moments. As I feel Joy Boy in that first game of Erangel. I think he really impressed us.
Absolutely. But speaking of the circle, to be honest, I wanted to go crazy. I wanted to have some unpredictable action, because what is a test if it's not tough? That's my logic. Be it academics, be it gaming, there has to be a tough test in front of you. That is when you actually see the fun, especially from a neutral perspective. If you are an audience, you want the circle to go absolute berserk, and then the players try to play catch up to it.
As mere
I'm just being salty at this point.
All right. I mean, I completely agree with you. But as mere spectators, we love that, right? We love to see that little bit of a radical shift, maybe towards that eastern side, maybe towards that northeast side. It's going to change the dynamics of the game. However, a Los Leones circle is so difficult to approach, man, because there's so many hiding spots, right? You really do not know where your enemy could be. You could get shot from absolutely nowhere, and you start pondering, where did that shot come from which little window pane was raised up to, get that knock. And it gets so tough with so many teams now making it inside Los Leones, if it is a dedicated hardcore Los Leones circle, because once that happens, you're going to rely a lot on getting those grenades, right? You're going to get that urban warfare into the mix. You're going to rely on those first pickoffs, and it's so difficult to push into such high-rise compounds, right? Especially when you're playing in a TPP mode.
Especially when you have those narrow passages, compounds in Miramar. Especially in Los Leones, you've got those narrow passages, those narrow staircases. Pushing out of them, especially if a team is completely surrounding that floor, you have no chance of surviving that. But what surprises me actually is that I've got a map feed right close to me, and I can see that Los Leones hasn't really been occupied so far. What do you think is the reason? Is it the same that you stated right now?
Of course, I really respect the decision, because, Team KO did drop off there, and then eventually they went off to the first rotation, just wanted to make sure they keep themselves at the heart of the circle. And doing doing that is a really good job, but at the same time, I would love to see them somewhere around the edges of Los Leones, because if there's a shift towards the city, then it's so difficult to retake Los Leones once you've left it completely. So the ideal approach, what I would suggest, maybe have a 3-1 split, at least have someone, you know, holding off one of the high tall buildings of Los Leones. If the circle sort of shifts, then he can provide that quintessential cover fire for his teammates to finally get in. But you know, we've sort of witnessed Salty, two different contrasts. You know, we've got one of those team Jungle Toxic or what, they haven't really been playing as they would have expected. But while on the other side, we're gonna get to that a little bit later, because I believe we do have the first blood being drawn. Now NXR being the ones picked up, and for Mid Zone Elite, I think they have been another one of those teams that has been having such a nice day. But yeah, getting back to the discussion, how do you really feel about two contrasting teams, you know, representing the same clan?
I feel like, first of all, it is a very proud moment for a clan to have two teams playing such a high reputed tournament. Secondly, they're playing in the same group, they're playing in the same day. Again, a moment of joy. In terms of performance, I feel like if I was having a clan for myself, I'd be happy if one of my teams did good, two teams did great. That's perfect. That is the perfect outcome for me. But to be honest, I feel like one team doing well, that is enough happiness that you would want out of this particular situation. As of toxic or not, toxic or what, I feel like for them, things are not yet over. There are still 2 more games to go, but we've got to fight ahead.
Oh, we indeed do, with Noxious, you know, kind of getting their sweet revenge with Spy. Really going big, getting not just 1 but 3 players all by his lonesome. And he's completely turned tables, I must say. And I guess Kalia Esports are going to be kicking themselves in their foot, considering how lousy of a throw that was. Now Team Noxious, they're going to be really happy. 1 for 3 trade is something that they are absolutely going to love and enjoy.
Absolutely. No investment, but the returns? Absolutely heavily.
1 for 3?
I
like
3.
my chances.
Yes, absolutely. But you've got Harvey, right? Harvey, all that he has to do is get placement points. Kala Esports in general, what do you think of their entire performance throughout the day? Because to be honest, I didn't really see them pulling off something flashy. I didn't really see them pulling off something, let's say, with including a lot of finishes and all. But in terms of placements, I feel like they've done a decent job getting that mid-table spot every now and then.
Oh yeah, I mean, right now, if you have to talk about Kalia Esports, I think the last good game I saw from their side was in the Miramar, and now they're just on the verge of getting exterminated, which indeed has happened. And it's going to be 4 finishes for this league. I mean, yeah, can really consider it to be a 1v4, considering he had no support from his teammates whatsoever. But again, at that moment, I've got to be a little critical about the way Kalia Esports pushed. It was just one freaking guy. He was just hiding behind a rock. All they had to do was push from 2 directions, and going one after the other, not pushing in tandem. They really had to pay the hefty price. But for now, yes, Straw Hat, they're peeping through those fences.
Do they have a sense of...
Yeah,
yes, they do. They definitely do. They have sensed a presence in that compound, and they directly push towards it, pay the price. But Joy Boy once again getting that initial first blood in this fight itself. But Spy IGL is quite close to Joy Boy right now. This is going to be a duel. Very important one to be exact. Grenade launches in, and he gets blown to pieces, knocked down on his knees.
Yeah, I mean, Zoro has to be that MVP. He almost Spy really clutched it out, you know, tried to take down his teammate. But for now, look at Joy Boy, barely has any HP left. But at the same time, I think Team Noxious are on the verge of also getting deleted from the server, because now Joshua has got to make a run for it. Not the right not the right vehicle though. A poop around the off terrains. I do not like its chances. But yeah, this is where Noxious got really cocky, and they had to pay the price, right? There was no reason for them to try and pick a fight with a team that was really having a very good compound to hold off against. It was a fortress, well defended, well guarded. But this is what I was talking about, and I really like it. The circle kind of shifting towards the Los Leones area, which I believe towards the end we're yet to see another curveball. But for KO, making it down again around the edges, that's the right way to approach it.
Absolutely. We've got the zone shrinking in 4 seconds. Now, Team Archer Esports, very low on the table so far. A team that I was looking forward to didn't. I feel like they kind of played out the entire day with fear. They never really had the confidence to go forward and take fights. Team Faith, on the other hand, look at Angur, right? I have a smirk on my face every single time I pronounce his name because this guy reminds me of Graves, just like you mentioned. Sprays not really connecting. IYD, they did find themselves escaping the situation, but they can't really drive off the entire terrain of Miramar for quite long, especially when they are in open field.
I'm loving what Fate are doing right now. And again, again, we're going with Ankur being the MVP. He is feeling himself today. But the shots are not really connecting, but that's not their objective, right? What they want to do is fend off the opponents from their territory, right? They've marked it. They want to make sure that they hold on to it. And, you know, by far, all the statistics we've had, we've seen the circle sort of shift towards that eastern side. That used to happen a year earlier. Nowadays, we're seeing that circle go a little down southwest. So I'm going to start wondering, but this is, again, so good for Faith, right? They can disengage from a fight very easily. They're away from the pack. They've got that higher ground. If the circle goes all the way towards the southern side, they can take that longer route and then get themselves inside the circle, which is not really the case with a lot of teams that are playing in the heart of Los Leones.
Exactly. For me, I feel like it's a high risk, high reward situation where if the circle moves towards Los Leones, they would have to battle a lot of teams who are holding the edges. They can easily gatekeep them. So having that high ground, having that high territory and giving away your position so apparently might actually cost them, but it depends on what the circle moves like. So far, so forth. Straw Hats, they look comfortable, and most of the teams, they have their 4 men ready for the finale. So I'm really excited to find what sort of fights are going to come in. Just like you mentioned, there is going to be an urban warfare, and just waiting for it to commence.
Yeah, I think at this point, you know, Salty, I'm going to look out for how many utilities these players have. You're going to need a lot of those smokes to sort of hinder the vision. You're going to need a lot of grenades to start fights up. And as we're speaking, Eternals, they found an opening in Straw Hat. Lynx getting that knock. Now, Lynx has again been one of those players that has always been stepping up. Eternals, they've never shied away from a fight. And it seems like they want to go for it with Beast also trying to cross in with Cronus, trying to get an idea of where the compound is, as Beast is just going to charge in inside the rooms, checking them one after the other, finding the player knocked out. Will have no problems whatsoever to get the finish, as Straw Hat making sure they get their players back online, and Luffy is just that one player who's still battered in his knees. I'm pretty sure the revival is going to come up really soon.
Something which I noticed right now is the Straw Hats. They've got Luffy, they've got Zoro.
Yeah.
All of these guys, they're anime characters. I feel like they're anime fans.
Oh, they surely are. I mean, no doubts in that, you know, completely having a similar logo. But regardless, I mean, this is what we were talking about, Salty, and I do not like bragging about myself, but look at the Eastern Shift. So Team Faith, now they've got that best spot, but hold on. Now this is what I was talking about, the trouble ensuing now, since so many teams have got to get themselves outside. Now considering the fact they've taken the center, it's going to be so difficult to come out alive.
Exactly, and that is what the problem is right now. KO Retribution trying to capitalize on their open vehicles, but not a lot of shots connect. But one thing is for sure, with the use of vehicles, these guys, they will get themselves inside the circle, but will they find themselves adequate cover? Will they find themselves some safe spot to hide? I'm not really sure, because as you already know, Team Faith, Team Lars, they are already in the position of really capturing it. You've got Straw Hat, they've got backfires happening continuously, and that's very hard to battle. You've got someone firing you right from the top with proper reconnaissance, with complete vision, and then you have someone who is chasing you hot on your tails.
Yeah, but for now, Straw Hats, like you said, I completely agree with you. They just played with fire, and now they're paying that hefty price, not being able to come outside of Los Leones. And this is where I really want to see what Zhongli have to offer. What are they going to pull out of that Pandora box? Because the first game, really aggressive. The second game, little bit on the defensive side. The third game, also had an amazing game, and they're still yet to open fire. Now, with Straw Hat in the midst with Team KO, it's going to be an interesting little fight, with Phoenix providing that cover fire from a different building. With Fraggy also taking that altitude, I think they're having their corners covered. They're making sure that even if KO go in for the push, there's someone right on the back lines providing that support fire.
Absolutely. You know what? I love topography in a battle, in an urban warfare. I love topography because it gives you a different dynamic to that fight. But to be honest, it kind of also weakens your frontal offense, which if you're trying to push in, you've got two or three men possibly. So that can be a case for them as well. But these guys who are out in the open might actually suffer a lot of fire as well. They've got some vehicles, they've got the ridges to actually provide some cover, but the smokes aren't really going to be enough. I feel like if they want to hold on to this position for long, they have to be aggressive right from the get-go.
You know, coming down to the first point, you've got to, as the old saying goes, you've got to risk it for the biscuit. But this is really good position that I really think had the circle been there. But this is again another of those radical shifts that goes a little bit towards that western side. Now this is where, teams like NX are going to find themselves really in a spot where they have to also get inside the circle with a lot of teams keeping a keen watch on how their positioning is. It's going to be a tough entry inside the zone. Only time is going to give us our answers. But for Dying Pandas, again, the same old mistakes being repeated. Mid-zone elite, I love the rotations, just going around the edges. It's just where it comes down to luck. It does not favor you. It kind of shifts away.
Absolutely. And in the process also, they are going to find some players and teams whom they have to fight. So those mid-rotation fights are going to be their biggest challenge. You've got Jungli versus IYD Retribution. Jungli trying to go for their first push. You can see Phoenix trying to scan the location, trying to scan the building, trying to understand at what floor or where exactly the players. Grenades being cooked. Phoenix, one landing very close to him. No real damage, but you can see the entire building is being blown apart to shreds.
Oh yes, they are indeed. That is what their efforts are. Trying to just blow them up to smithereens, but Jungli this time making the right calls, first lob off those grenades, make sure you get that one knock, and when you get that opening, just go in and hammer down the nail to the very end. But for now, Jungli just playing around the peripheries. They're still sort of anticipating maybe another unorthodox shift, and that we're going to see. But right now they're going in really high on confidence as they managed to get a few players knocked out. And Phoenix, he's just going to start cooking up the grenade as the cavalry has arrived for IYD. And every single moment they come in, some of their players get taken down. Now Jungli having such a huge advantage, they will recuperate and get themselves back into the fight as it all comes down to Dios, who's going to put up all he's got, but eventually he's going to still make a last stand, gets that knock, gets a really salty finish. But can he continue that? Yes, he does. Gets that second. But eventually just gets taken down, and Team Jungli, they live to fight yet another day.
I love the way they actually orchestrated the fight. Team Jungli, they were completely caught in that lower floor where Team IYD were jumping in from the top floor trying to catch them off guard, but they had their backs covered, and that is what I love the best. Team Jungli, they can resurrect their players once again and go up full strength. They've lost only one player, but they've got themselves 4 kills to work with. If not, I guess they've got 4. Yes, they've got 4 kills. So that is a very good trade-off to go inside the final fight. You've got mid-zone trying to capture Team NXR so far. Even before one guy pushes in the guy from the backs.
Oh, they're cunning. They are cunning, I must say. They've been making the right decisions. I love their IGLing, playing around the edges and being very opportunistic. That is what Mid-Zone Elite have been doing, right? Finding where the chaos is and then capitalizing, going in, getting the finishes. Now look at them. They might have gotten one of their players knocked out. Eventually, would be really tough to get that rest back up, but they're still sitting at 6 finishes and they're doing really great. Again, a little bit of a shift towards those open lands where, teams like Mid-Zone can really capitalize on if they can find the right ridge to play around with. But KO Retribution finally find themselves in the midst of yet another fight, off to a push as Ayash just charges in the Molotov, really doing the job. And the players of Team Last, I think Batman is the solo survivor right out there. We've got to see how long can he keep his team alive. That is what he's going to focus on, is his placement points.
Yeah, absolutely. He doesn't really have any other option though. Can actually pull off a Jungli? No, not at all. He can't really go aggressive at this point. But mid-zone, just like you mentioned, after having so many opportunities at other opposition, they find themselves a little corner to find inside the circle. They have some sort of space to work with. Sprays come in as Fraggy OP completely explodes a vehicle, gets 2 knocks from the back of it. Device almost being knocked out. Robert being completely down and out. Burnix are caught in open ground.
Oh, they certainly are. It's going to be so difficult. Now they are building that smoky cover for themselves, hiding themselves under that murky climb it around there that they've built up for now. As Device, he's going to try and make it to Robert, get that res back up. But this is where Toxic or What needs to start striking in. Maybe they are kind of flinching to step out of their cover. Maybe a few good grenades could do the job, but this is really good by Burnix official, sort of keeping them into thinking where exactly are the players hiding with those 3 different smokes. But now this is the moment that we've been waiting for. Mid-zone elite going up against Burnix officials. Both the teams have a lot to gets that first opening. It is, of course, Milind.
Oh my god, he had nothing to do. The grenade exploded right in his face and mid-zone. What can they potentially do right now? They've only got one player surviving. And with the final finish coming in, there's only a player who can probably give them their fortune. But Burnix official being really confident. They're pushing in places where they know that they are going to capitalize and they're going to find kills. And that is exactly what they're doing. Team Jungly, on the other hand, or what you call it, Toxic or What, they are in a very good compound. They are in the circle as well. This is theirs for the taking. This match should be theirs in their pocket.
Oh yes, this is the match that Burnix official was so longing for, right? And doing everything right, having a rage to play around, have that vehicle to create that impregnable cover for themselves. All they have to do is just blow it up right now. But maybe they're waiting for yet another shift, and that is where they start moving in. But with Toxic or What keeping a watch on them, it's going to be a little tedious because right now all these teams outside on the peripheries have to get in, and that is where the Hell Hat is gonna break loose.
Absolutely. I feel like the team who moves in last would be rewarded the best because they're going to find a lot more teams in the open. They will find a lot of finishes to work with. Speak of Badman right now, Badman all by himself. Team Burnix official trying to rotate completely, but there is somebody in the process. That is going to be Team Painless. So they can't possibly cross the road out in the open. They need to use a lot of smokes, but in the process they're going to find themselves right in front of mid-zone as well as Toxic or What. Sprays coming through, one player almost down in his knees. How are they going to manage to cover this distance?
Oh, it's going to be such a tough task, but right now, like I said, timing has to be important because it's Toxic or What who also have to get in, but Batman has been spotted out, will be put out of his miseries by the players of KO as the final push coming in by Burnix official trying to get in. Millen has been taken down with the players of Toxic or What.
Oh my god!
Before them as it is chaotic everywhere, pandemonium ensuing throughout the lobbies as we have got finishes left, right and center. What on earth is happening, Salty?
I have no clue whatsoever. 17, 16 players. Gaburochi finds kill for himself. But no way, mid-zone, they're still surviving with one player. Straw Hat surviving with one player. You've got Toxic or What surviving with 2 players. There's literally nobody who is healthy so far. And of course, courtesy to the zone. You've got compounds to work with, but most of the teams make it their move out in the open. You can see the Toxic or What, they will be completely overpowered by Painless, and that is exactly what they do.
Yeah, and right now, you know, with Toxic or What losing out on those numbers, Straw Hats also getting finished off by KO Retribution, who seem to be the favorites right now of getting this winner chicken dinner. But this one grenade from AimGod could change everything for Burnix official as Tabahi on the verge of getting exterminated. Still somehow does a lot of damage and destruction right now, getting really salty out there, getting those finishes done, but not a lot of meds to work around with.
Absolutely not. 7 bandages. But he's got some sort of crates to loot in. Can he secure some? Yes, he does. He will heal himself up, get back up as well. But is he capable of taking the fight that calls for him? That is going to be the question. You've got Panicless who are starting to get themselves back into the game. Jungly once again looking for more and more kills as well as a chicken. KO Retribution also in very good shape. 10 finishes and 4 players surviving. Looking for absolute authority. Finding Device on that rooftop was important and the grenade connects. You can see that bare minimum spot. That is exactly where the grenade landed. Surviving by the skin of his teeth. Device has his work cut out.
Yeah, it's going to be such a long way, right? It might look like 10 meters, but probably the most longest 10 meters he's gonna ever cover right now, with so many teams keeping an eye out on him. As the Bai, he's fighting against the wall, right? He's fighting against the entire horde. So many teams around, and he's all by his lonesome. We've got to see who gets the one, who gets to be the one claiming this chicken dinner, as Team Jungly just still playing around the peripheries with Gabru not really having the best of HPs, gets taken down to play zone, but it's going to be AimGod who gets that finish point. for his team as he's lost out on his teammate. There's no chance on earth that he can get the revive, but is he aware? Is he learned enough to know both his players just dropping at the same time? But Tabahi, he is making it happen.
Absolutely. KO Retribution though, 4 players surviving, 4v1v1 situation. This should be absolute domination for them. 4 players, all of them charging in. Tabahi taking a leap of faith but not really living up to that name. 12 finishes versus one single man. Can he do it? He's got the MK14 to work with, but too many players to take down. That was never going to happen, Fixes.
Oh, that was never supposed to happen, and you can't really help it, right, Device? He tried whatever he could. It was that MK14, but the best part is he was aloof from his pack. He tended to survive for such a long time over there. He did whatever was possible by his standards, but again, the chicken dinner going to KO Retribution, the very team, Salty, that managed to drop off at Los Leones, so they had the idea, they knew the nooks and crannies, they were the ones who were making all the good rotations, and as a result of which they've earned themselves a worthy, juicy, delicious chicken dinner.
Absolutely. 13 finish points, 15 placement points to work with, 28 points total. They've really shined high in this one, haven't they?
But now it changes everything, right? You've got KO Retribution into the mix with that chicken dinner. This is exactly what I was talking about, right? Changes to happen. You are witnessing now KO Retribution. They have propelled themselves to a really good spot. Now, this is exactly, again, one of the games that Burnix Official and Toxic are what needed. And huge mad props to how really Tabahi kept himself alive in those final few circles. Wow.
Yep, a lot of placement points, but you can see the consistent teams are still there. Faith, I feel like they might be in the second page, but Zhongli, especially with that 11 total points, I feel like they are still keeping up that chart. They're still keeping up against Faith. I feel like they will secure the top spot.
Oh, of course. I mean, it's just not about the top spot anymore, but they have certainly been one of the most consistent teams, I can say, you know, getting back-to-back top 3 finishes, out of which 2 were chicken dinners, 1 was second spot, and this one, it went down to wire. It could have been absolutely anyone's game, but it just came down to the fact that KO did bank upon the numbers that they had. They were looking confident. They knew where to approach, and yeah, I think I'm rather surprised to see Ayaz OP, and this is again one of those players that you really did not see coming, because out of all the fights, we did not see a lot of KO fights happening around, but he was getting the job cut out for his team.
Especially with 789 damage and 7 finishes, he just did what was necessary for him, that is to get points. And 7 finish points, that's a lot when a single player adds so much value to the team.
Oh, it certainly does. But you know, again, now you talk about being so decisive, because he's not got those damage numbers of the past MVPs, which we had kind of exceeded 1,000 points of damage. But yeah, as long as you're getting those finish points, you get points for that. There's no extra points for having a lot of damage, so it's fine. But the top 5 players, I think we're seeing most of the entire horde of Team KO over there, with Tabahi finally making it into the play. And I think it was those final moments when he started to feel himself like he's got to do it. And a lot of these teams were trying to go try hard, trying to sort of belittle him and think that he's just one player, what can he pull off? But hey, he was just putting his life on the line, managed to secure a really good position point, which could be very decisive if Toxic or Watt make it to round number 2.
Especially if they are around the position 8 to 10. But we're going to talk about the match summary. You've got 53 finishes, 3 grenade finishes. You've got the longest distance finish being 267 meters, but no vehicle ones.
So this is something that I really liked, because again with Miramar you're going to expect those long range DMR knocks, which eventually happened this time. With vehicle finishes, again, when do you witness a lot of vehicle fights is when we have those open circles, right? It was kind of around the urban area, right?
Yeah.
Not a lot of rotations with the vehicles, not a team kind of going after them. But yeah, I mean, it sort of is kind of reciprocated in the damage graph as well, because like I said, the numbers are not going to be that high, because so many teams had covers. It was all about those decisive fights that we sort of get to see, because you're in Los Leones, you either push a compound, you either get knock and finish, or you die. That's it.
Absolutely. We have a look at our FD overview, and you can see that Team Q Retribution, no surprises there. They've crossed the 2000 mark in terms of damages. They've got themselves 13 frags. But on the other side, the rest of the teams too, they've got themselves a decent, a healthy number of damage.
Oh yeah, they certainly have. And again, this was exactly the game that KO were looking out for, and is very well reciprocated in how they've been inflicting those damage to their opponents, right? And the best part was they were the first into getting into everything, right? When we saw that really that shift come down, when we really thought that this could be the potential lost Leonis circle, they were the first ones to make it to the best spots, just playing around the edges. And then we sort of thought that, oh, it might kind of shift towards the eastern side. Maybe Faith can pull off a back-to-back, but that was not the case. Again, that little bit of a game going on where, their hearts were broken. The same happened with mid-zone. I really was loving their rotations from the southern side. I really thought that maybe they could be the ones bringing the fight down to Faith, but yeah, it was the circle and all the magic it had to do.
Exactly, playing the edge of the circle mid-zone, quite achieve a lot, but just could not get to the tippy top of it all.
Yeah.
But speaking of the highlights, there were quite a lot of highlight moments. This one, Team Noxious, right after getting this quad wipe, they made a terrible mistake.
Sort of complacent could be the right word, because I do not know what could be the reason behind that.
They just stopped. And
yeah, it was like they spotted some enemies and they wanted to go after them. They were getting a little bit greedy, for which they were punished, and it had to be rightfully done so. Because if you kind of tend someone let you bully you right there in that particular moment, then what's the point of you being there playing inside the lobby, right? It had to be a clear message out for Team Noxious. I mean, you might have done a really good 1v4, I do not care, but this is my fort, this is my territory, I'm gonna hold up against it. Because the very push that you got to see was so abrupt, right?
Yeah.
It was not planned, first of all. They did not get any opening knocks. They just went in and kind of just got obliterated, would be the right word. But regardless, I mean, again, moving on with the game, we saw that little bit shift towards that eastern side, with so many teams did actually think that this could be that shift that we're talking about. But yes, we are privy to surprises, and this was it. Again, a very urban circle, out of which KO had no trouble getting the chicken.
This fight was something which I looked forward to quite a lot, because IYD Retribution have impressed me sort of in terms of taking 4v4 fights, and up against Jungli, who were looking in such good shape, I felt like this is going to be a fight that is going to rock us. And to be honest, I felt like Jungli, they were in the back foot for most of the thing, because IYD, they had the topography to work with. Jungli were completely stranded in the lower floor. IYD coming in from the top floor to kind of surround them and wrap them up. It was good, but Jungli, they were just better in taking those gunfights. Team KO, they started their retribution in double quotes in the fag end of the game. You can see that they've just got 5 finishes right now. They move on to get a lot more in the final circle. So they know exactly when to press their foot on the gas, don't they?
One thing, of course, I'm going to get back to IYD, but I'm going to start off with Jungli. I really love how they're living up to their name, right? They know the laws of the wild, pushing together as a pack of hyenas, really hungry, and they're just keeping everything to textbook, right? Do not create angles, do not create flanks, because do not have any idea as to where your guy out on a flank might get caught off. So they're sticking together, and that sort of a tactic is really working out. Now, coming down to IYD, they were very well scattered around.
Yeah.
Now, what they could have really done in that situation was use a lot of grenades, because you already know that your teammates inside the compound have been taken down, and it was a very small compound. Few grenades, a few molotovs would have easily flushed out the players of Jungli, and could have been a rather easier job for Idios to kind of get those finishes. But was sort of all by his lonesome and could do whatever he possibly can, and he did a decent job, I must say, getting that one greedy, salty finish. I liked it.
True, absolutely true. Retribution, they were on a roll in the final circle, finishing off every single player there is. This was the final finish. Device not really surviving for long, and after that, it was basically it for KO Retribution. But after this game kind of set the tone for KO Retribution. I feel like they will be somewhere inside the top 8, if not possibly in the top 10.
Yeah,
sets them up for the final game in Erangel, in their home turf, if that is for them, and they might actually get inside and maybe qualify for the next round.
Well, I think we're going to get our answers in the final game today, ladies and gentlemen, of Group 5 over here. Yet to just begin. As for one last time, we're gonna take it up to the skies as Salty is gonna be ruling. Especially like Zhongli Fate, really bringing the heat, the spice, the masala to the BMOC. But other than these few teams, which were the other ones that really caught your attention?
Burnex was one of those teams, and Team Straw Hats. Team Straw Hats, I don't know what strategy are they actually planning at this point of time, because the first person to always get taken down is this one specific Zoro.
Right.
So Zoro is the first person who always gets taken down. Probably he's one person, if he survives and stays with Luffy, they can do wonders together. Not just in the anime, but I do believe in the game as well. So it's important for them to understand that, it's better for them to survive. And one other team which I really want to look at is gonna be the one who have named Legend in the name. I'm so sorry, I'm not getting the team name though, but even they were doing wonders. I was expecting them to perform much better.
Yeah, I think there were a lot of names that we really thought could really step up into the fray, get their job cut out. But I think few of the teams that haven't really been so poppin' has to be one of the Dying Pandas, right? Every single time they were just kind of waiting to get wiped off from planet Earth, and that is what was happening every single time without any finishes. Do you think they were lacking that confidence getting into the round one, or is it just the nerves taking over?
Yeah, I just asked you a question, right? Is it important for you to get into the fights earlier, or is it important for you to stay back and come in the final circle? I think they're not warmed enough, warm their fingers enough that when they come in front of an enemy, or probably they're not okay with the pressure which comes up in the final circle. Probably they want to get into an early skirmish and then fall back to play for the zone. Probably then they might understand how to take a close range battle.
What I've been figuring out from what I've seen from their side so far, they've always been trying to play the circle, wait for the fights to happen.
Exactly.
They've been more of the opportunistic bunch, right? Wanting to capitalize on maybe a few knocked players here and there. But when it comes down to bringing the heat right at the face of your enemies, that is the kind of an X factor that they've been lacking, right? Very reluctant to engage themselves into battle, and that sort of has been their downfall. But hey,
absolutely,
anything could possibly change. What if the Pandas get a 20 finishes chicken dinner?
I would like to see something like that.
Right?
Yeah. We believe in them as well, because ultimately we are able to see that they are the team who are able to predict the zone perfectly to survive until the final circle. So that comes up to say a just 10-point finish for themselves can actually get the numbers done for the final map itself. So we'll be getting into the map of Erangel anytime soon. For now, we're going to look at the beautiful parts of it. Yasnaya now. See, we all know that Yasna is one place which was pretty much crowded in the first map itself. So do you think that the history is going to repeat and we'll be able to see more of players towards Yasna yet again?
I think we're going to see a similar thing that happened in Miramar, right, where Burnex officials sort of abstained for dropping back at Picado. I think now that the beans have been spilled, everyone knows where the other person is dropping. So we might get a few teams just backing off. I think Zhongli would be keeping Yasnaya to themselves, considering how dominant they were. And that being said, ladies and gentlemen, we have taken it up the skies for one last time for the evening, as the flight path trajectory quite really similar, not really dissecting the map anymore, but a little bit favoring the eastern side. A lot of teams heading towards the western Georgia Paul City, Gatka, Quarry, Primorsk. They're gonna have a whole world of trouble. And this is where, Arka, I've got to ask you this: which circle do you desire, my friend?
I desire the military base circle this time, because I know most of these players would not be prepared for a military base circle apart from a team or two. So I would want to see a military base circle so that everybody challenge one another, not only through the landways but also through the waterways, to attain that winner chicken dinner for themselves. But for now, we're able to, the Junglis are thinking again Hatke, and they're going towards Kameshki at this point of time. And let's see that they'll be able to bring in some retribution or revenge against whoever has taken them down in the map of Sanhok, because in the map of Sanhok they couldn't find that equation. Let's see whether they'll be able to bounce back in this map.
You know, for Toxico War, it was such an important, game of Miramar, right? Where they had to secure that important position in those finish points. Now, with the final game, heading to Kameshki, I'm not going to question them. I'm not going to question them. Why would you go to Kameshki where you're not going to have the loot you wanted? And seems like Arca has been offering a lot to the BGMI gods, and I believe
Probably be blessed by them.
yes, you are.
Yeah.
I mean, a circle like this, but hold on. Zhongli, they want to pick up a fight, and they have got dying pandas out of everywhere in Puchinki, the heart of Erangel.
Oh, I think this is the first junglies, primary junglies, who have come in towards this map, towards the center part of the map, that is towards Puchinki. Now I really want to see how they'll be able to look at what is happening with Husky. He was running around. There's a vehicle which tried to put him down, but somehow he was able to, leap around and make sure that, he doesn't get taken down by a vehicle. But at the same time, it's going to be Dredo trying to pick up his teammate. Jungli Gabru on the other side gets taken down. Husky is pretty much far away. It looks like the pandas have finally picked up the pace. They might take the fight directly into the faces of Jungli earlier itself, and that is the only way for you to bring down Junglis, I believe.
Oh, I think right now they've gotten that knock. They really need to start pushing. I mean, what do they have to lose, right? It's them against the wall. They need to make sure I've got enough finishes, but cannot really push in with a blindfold on you. As Phoenix, he's trying to make that play. Got a lot balls. He just got hit right at the sacks. But right now with Zhongli, well, having one player out of the picture with one knocked out, they find themselves in a whole world of trouble. But this is one of those risks that we were talking about. They can afford, because by all means, they made it to the next round.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, the most important things for us to observe over here is going to be Jungli trying to play a split gameplay and the Dying Pandas playing together as a pack of wolves. And that has been, the key to the success so far for the side of the Pandas. I just hope that they stick together, don't become overconfident by attaining the kill, one or probably the second kill, which they might acquire second finish they acquire anytime soon. But all these things said and done, with the circle going away from the side of Puchinki, let's see how things are going to turn out, because towards the military base, there's one team already to the center of that circle, but I saw 2-3 other teams were actually making it inside as well.
One of those things that you need to do when it's a certain circle, you've got to either rotate early on if you want a lot of finishes, just hover around the bridge, just keep an offloading rotation. And this is where it's really interesting, because now Jungli have their backs against the wall. Look at Gabru, he does not have a gun, for Christ's sake, and it's so selfish out of his teammate not even offering.
Oh,
I think,
finally did get one.
Yeah, does have the SLR, not the right weaponry though.
Yeah, I agree on that completely. Without helmet and vest and that weapon, I don't think Gabru can do much over here. He'll have to depend on Husky probably or Harsh to give him the backup. But it looks like none of them have any kind of resources. Now this is something which you'll have to pay the price when you're not having the right kind of farming. And I do believe that Jungli have to think of something different, fall back from this fight, even if they're having just one or two players in the team. Just fall back, play for placement points, prepare themselves, and come back and strike, because they're really, really good when they strike as a group.
Oh, they certainly are. And this is something that they had to do, quite a lot earlier. But again, you've got to say that, it's the Dying Pandas territory. They're managing to get a few knocks, but mere knocks won't do. They've got to start off with getting some pushes. And Gabru barely on the brink of death and getting languished, is going to get that important resurrection from his teammate. But this is where, the Dying Pandas have got to make those tough calls, right? This is where you're supposed to be looking out for the flanks to come in.
Yeah, and
Paul
it does
exactly onto it. It's going to be really interesting now.
Absolutely. Now Paul can strike against the Pandas, extend them in the final map itself and giving an opportunity for themselves to attain more points and make sure that, they somehow make it into the top 8. We all know the finish points is something which, they'll be looking forward for, because ultimately, as we have already spoken about this before, they know how to rotate around a circle, but sometimes you need to have cover fire when you're rotating like that, or else this is going to be your fate, as Husky puts an end for Paul. They've converted a 4v3 into a 3v3 successfully with the resources they have now. We have to see whether the Pandas are going to be heavy for the Junglis or they're mad enough to take them down.
Oh, it's going to be really interesting. the wild animals with a tamed one at that, as I really was expecting some sort of a cover fire being provided by Danny, but Dying Pandas, again, now they've got down to a stalemate sort of a situation with not a lot of things happening, but sure, some Mad Max Road Fury right out here for us as Nixonity Reborn. Now, again, how do you feel about this team, Arka? Considering, you know, I really felt that they've been particularly invisible for me. I mean, with sort of similar tags, I think Noxious has been making a lot of noise.
Yeah, absolutely.
Talk about them.
Yeah, talk about them. Think about the Ghost, and it appears at this point of time, Last is trying to push in against them with the man disadvantage. Saga from far away has got a very good off angle where he can strike against the team of Team NX at this point of time. I don't know whether that's going to happen. Batman on the other side is also cooking up a very, very good grenade. In case that connects, it's going to be good. Certainly was almost getting taken down from that off angle player, but ultimately gets into the cover at the right time. Now, the location has been absolutely revealed. Now, Last is going to eventually push in and take advantage of all these things, as it's going to be Legend on the other side trying to hold back as many players as possible, convert those, you know, knocks to finishes, and let's see what's going to happen for the side of Last from here on.
Oh yeah, I mean, Last, well, for what they came in here for, all they was a heavy battering. Where I really felt, you know, the spot that Saga was holding on to.
I like this.
I like this. We all love that. You know, he was just running out of ammunition in his humble defense. And yeah, you've got to establish yourself, send your opponents a message to think twice or maybe thrice before committing for a push. But Zhongli, now they're the ones being the aggressors over here, with Gopru paying a hefty price, not getting that cover fire. Finally receives that with Husky making it into the fray, spotting out. Said Noob. Wow, the range on that Vector.
Exactly.
Unbelievable.
And I just loved the way Husky did it. He took down this player exactly through the small windows which is going to be present on his right. And eventually he knew that, you know, it was easy for him to take down another player. One small confidence boost is more than enough for the side of Junglees to actually come back into this fight. This is what I was speaking about. Now the last man standing for the side of Pandas is going to be Denny. He has a lot of job to do. Is the last ray of hope. Husky is trying to push in the... Oh! Somewhere I felt that, you know, he had his crosses set to the horizon, but he couldn't connect it properly.
It all came down to, you know, Husky's first shot hitting. Now that becomes so important when you're using that AKM or discussion we did have for the show begun, as now Faith have taken it over the hills. Really good spot. Now they've sent out one of their players to get that flank, get their sides covered, but he's got to make sure that he's not facing towards that bridge area. Otherwise, it might spell trouble. But regardless, Faith, I mean, high on confidence. They know that they've accrued enough points to get those finishes out there, as Lynx gets that important knock on Sandy Jord. But a little bit of a Carmageddon is what we get to see as he shifts to the other side, and that's wow. That's one for the Instagram reels, I believe.
Yeah, absolutely. And but at the same time, you know, the kind of gameplay the players are able to achieve by watching their idols or by experimenting, it's all visible over here. You know, change of seat in the right moment and then taking down a player. That, you know, that's important for you to learn as you progress in this game.
Yeah, I mean, picking a page from their idols. We've seen in the upper echelon, in the tier 1 lobbies, a lot of the teams doing that, and they've done their homework. They wanted to practice it out, and it's so difficult to really pull off in the heat of the situation. But as we can see, the circle kind of going down south, because of course we knew it's going to be a certain circle. A lot of teams are sort of congregating around the centers. Of course, with Team Fate having a really good high ground to themselves. But I'm starting to get a little worried about the spread that they have, because either ways, if they get spotted out and get picked up one by one, you know, that is going to be a little disappointing. But like I said, you know, Faith, they have no regrets, right? They have no regrets at all. They have, you know, gotten enough points to qualify. As yet another replay comes in, as Millen gets one player right from the back lines while he was traversing around with the buggy. Harshit, however, will have no trouble getting the rest back on.
Now look at this. Last level officials and Team Dying Pandas are the two teams already eliminated, and they have not done much of hard work today to retain the top 8 spots which they were looking out for. But at the same time, Archery Sports, this is the last chance for them to actually, put something on the board, because these are all the teams which couldn't do much in the first 4 games. This is the final chance for them. Archer, Toxic. I mean, there's a lot more other teams which we would like to specify, but as of now, Faith, the way they're circling around, this kind of confidence can only come in if you've done the heavy lifting in the first few matches.
Yes. And, they've done that job, and for now it's all about just having fun. They're treating it as another classic game, and a classic game that you would want to win. Now, they've already gotten a chicken dinner in Sanhok, might as well establish their supremacy in Erangel again. But Panicless, now this is again one of the teams that we did not get to talk about a lot, but I think they've also been playing really decent. They've been playing under the radar. They're getting the job done, and as long as they qualify into the next round, I think I have no complaints.
If the qualification criteria was on damage, they would be the team on the top, because in the map of Miramar, Erangel, Sanhok, no matter where it is, it was more than 1,000 damage which they have dealt against the teams. So I do believe that it's just that they're not able to convert, probably a man standing down to his knees, or probably convert that knocks to finishes, and that's why they have so much of damage. But let's see how well they can perform over here. They've got a very good opportunity. Now, I love the way the teams is going to get late into the circle through the waterways, because most of the teams have prioritized zone and made it already into the other island, whereas I'm waiting to see what's going to happen with the circle, and there it is. The circle has different stories to say. It has just shifted back to the main island, and now we have to see how many of them will be choosing to go back with the mainlands or in the waterways.
Oh.
Roadways or the waterways.
I mean, I'm going to take a little bit of a pause right now. Let that sink in, because this, ladies and gentlemen, is Battleground Mobile India at its very best. Expect the unexpected, and we've got to rise above everything. Now, this has made the job for teams like Jungly so much easier. Now, all they've got to do is just leave for Chinky, take over the hills. I think now the 12-pack compounds are going to be one hotly contested compound, as well, the Eternals are going after Faith, and this is what I was being concerned about. The grenade coming in, Angur falling down, but Eternals getting one more knock in the form of Sandy, and they're going to start wiping out. And this is where Lynx was a little bit complacent, gets taken down.
Yeah, see, the number of teams alive and the circle is shrinking in. You need to watch your backs. You just can't come out of a hard compound and, demand nobody to take you down. So, and that's the basic mistakes, most of these teams are doing. Faith on the other side, they still have 69 alive. One of those players who's been performing really, really well throughout the day. I love the way he's able to secure finishes as well. The right kind of backup given by him. They want to pick up Sandy at any given point of time, but eventually he gets taken down, all thanks to PLX, far away from the bridges. They're still doing the damage no matter what distance it is.
Oh yeah, but right now, they've got to make those quick decisions, and this is what I was loving about Panicless, as they managed to get yet another grenade knock, head inside the kitchen, but it is the teammate. It was not intentional, but somehow by the whiskers, they tend to survive as Eternals just come chiming in, want to pick up on whatever remains as Beast somehow manages to get that knock over there. But how much deep can he dig as he gets that final play out of Panicless, sending them right out of the server?
I mean, somewhere when I thought that Panicless could actually dominate on this game, I mean, they lost a very, very good opportunity is what I would like to say. Now, Eternals on the other side, 5 finishes for themselves on the loss of 2 players. Let's see how well they'll be able to play. See, they can swim late into the circle. That's one thing which is going to help them secure some placement point for themselves. 5 finish points and 5 to 10 placement points is decent enough for them to, come up a little on the table.
Oh yeah, but right now at this point, this little decision being made by Toxic or what, I do not know. You might just be, fish in the barrel in the next couple of seconds, as I'm really against traversing with the waterways. But for now, IYD Retribution has smelled some blood in the nearby fray as they're charging in, pushing in tandem, which I really like. Kronos backing up at the right moment with Beast. I really felt should have given him that cover fire, had that opportunity, had that little window where he could have just peeked and gotten that knock with those barrage of grenades and molotovs. this is where Team Eternals, they've got to back off with Straw Hats in the nearby fray. It's going to be so difficult as Xenon managed to get that first knock with the last player surviving out of Eternals. Kronos right hiding under the brush and finally just gets picked off as we have yet another team, that Straw Hat, that wants to be a part of the party, or maybe not.
Yeah, I think they're falling back and they're doing the right thing over here. IYD Retribution, the one thing which I have it's a point of concern for them is they've used a lot of throwables already. Yeah, but at the same time the circle is going to be telling a different story. It's the mids who are getting taken down by the side of Straw Hats. They exactly knew what to do. Probably they were thinking of a rotation through the waterways as well, and finally when they saw people swimming inside, they understood that it's easy pickings for them. Now we have to see whether they'll be tasting their own medicine. That is, if they will IYD Retribution come in over here and take these players down and then make it inside the circle.
Right now at this particular moment for Straw Hat, it's going to be imperative that they get themselves to the shorelines, and that they have done. Look at this amazing 2-2 split. It is as if they're teasing the players of mid-zone. You know what? You might have gotten the rest back up. Come to the shorelines. Come to Papa. But for now, Jungly, or rather the players of Toxico Watt, the Bahi, taking the brunt of the circle. It's going to come down to Sattebaz. As he's got to make a gamble. He's made a wrong choice, I believe.
If he goes back to pick up his teammate, I believe that's the biggest mistake he would want to do. But Bali on the other side, look at what's happening over here. Burnex on the other side has come in close proximity with the side of KO, and they become like a patty in the sandwich. They're taking more than one fight, and they have to be very, very careful with what's going to happen with them. One player already down. They need to be careful. They need all four men standing in a circle like this, or else things can go very, very wrong. Now Junglis on the other side is just raining blood on this team. Let's see how much of finishes they can attain.
With Phoenix already charging in, wanting to go in deep with his arm, but gets taken down from the backlines. Always check your six is what I say to these players, but in chaotic situations like this, you've got to survive somehow. Had he dropped the smoke, maybe did not have enough time to do that. As IYD, they're going to keep on with the push with KO Retribution with their backs against the wall. Retribution now really come into the party, into the mix, as now they're going to pick fights left, right and center. Going after KO and Jungly at the same time. They mean business.
Absolutely, and I just love the way they took this fight. They knew that these two teams are actually vulnerable. They watched it, and when the time was right, that is when they struck. So, as I keep saying, strike the iron when it's hot rather than, trying to do all the hard work. But at the same time, I want to see what Toxic or what will be able to perform over here. They have a long way into the circle. They already lost a player while, they were trying to swim across. So let's see how that is going to turn out. But IYD Distribution with 7 finishes already in the name and the 8th one coming already. Let's see how much more can they pick up. The 22 pointers which we were looking out being taken by the side of team Dying Panda or somebody, it looks like Retributions are doing it.
Oh yeah, IYD Retribution could certainly, put up a surprise for us, because they weren't really having a good game throughout the day, but this could all end with a chicken dinner and with a lot of finishes, as the visitor has been taken by the players of Kalia Esports, as the players of Noxious hold on to the compounds opposite to it, as the Hills. Well, it's a really good spread, and that's nice decision making by the players of Noxious. But again, that comes with a little bit of a setback, right? If a team knows that you've got 2 PlayStation like that, and this is where Villain is out for fishing. He's managed to find Rishi. It's about him getting a rabbit in the form of Bunny.
Yeah, and if he gets that, I think he's going to be pretty much happy with the finish points which he's attaining, being the last man standing. I mean, I do believe that, this one team also has a very good chance in case they acquire more finish points over here. He knows the exact location of Bunny at this point of time. All he has to do is, wait for him to come up for a breather. But Bunny can do one thing, give up his life inside the water rather than coming out and give a point away to the teammates, because ultimately the overall points table, you don't give a point, you're safe.
But then again, at this particular moment, he would want to accrue as many points as he can. The placement, but seems like it's not going to happen either ways, because it was, they've been eliminated at the 8th spot. You're just going to get 1 position point, and that is something that they did not want, as Harvey has certainly revealed his location. And maybe, Mr. Spectre, this could be the biggest battle of his career as a villain. He's been making those sly moves as we head on along, as Noxious are going to get the better out of the players of Kalia Esports as Terror gets taken down with Straw Hats still playing around the shoreline.
Yeah, but right now Straw Hats are in a very, very wrong position with Noxious Crosshairs. Every player of Noxious Crosshairs will eventually turn towards the side of Straw Hat, and pretty much in that open space, all they can do is get on their knees or probably get eliminated. But let's see how well they can come out of this. They'll have some smokes, obviously. They can use it, try to get into cover. But ultimately, if they do put up some smokes, that's going to eventually reveal their location to Noxious.
It certainly will. At this point, it's about them battling it against time. They've got a little bit of riches to play around with, not a lot though. Trees there, but Noxious pushing in. They're going to start hoping Straw Hat is IYD coming from the backlines. Could sandwich Noxious. But it's going to be Joshua who's got to do all that spotting as Harvey's finally made it up top. Congratulations. But eventually falls out to the play zone.
Yeah, exactly. So the Straw Hats on the other side is just waiting. This patience could be the key for them, because right now IYD can come in a blessing in disguise for them, because eventually they do understand that IYD is one team which is looking very, very strong. 8 finishes in their name and looking for more. They can see that there is a team in front of them, but still they do not want to strike because they have more information about other teams as well.
Oh yeah, and right now it's all about who takes that first shot, revealing his location. You've got to maintain that stealth that you've been going along with, and this is where Joshua picks it up for the players of Noxious, as Toxic or what survived with the last survivor, Bali OP, as he's got to do whatever it takes to keep himself in the mix. And it's all going to come down to the trigger discipline, right? He hasn't taken a shot yet, but he's going to move 84 meters. And this is where he's going to start making all those nasty moves with Joy Boy completely oblivious that nade coming in. Has a slight idea right now. Luffy, I believe, has seen the projectile. And at any certain moment, he is going to strike, which he did. And this brings the end of Toxico Watt as they've been eliminated at the 5th spot. Again,
they could have had a finish. All they had to do was just strike when it was weak. But at the same time, some vehicle finishes finally coming in over here. Straw Hats get taken down, probably gets eliminated as well, if I'm not wrong. So that's going to be Burnex coming in with IYD, one of the strongest teams playing out over here. 9 finishes what they've attained, and they know information of the other 2 teams as well. So Noxious on the other side also have a very good advantage. All they have to do is pick up the man who's already down and make sure that all 4 men are standing.
Yeah, Burnex being really patient, and finally, when their time arises, they really want to bring the show on. 7 finishes already, and with against a team like IYD, the top 3 teams, look at the number of finishes. I see the half of the entire lobby sort of getting wiped out over here. But for now, I think I still believe IYD has the best position inside the server right now, with Noxious and Burnex officials about to collide. But at the same time, it's going to be that Mexican standoff that we're really worried about, as Millen, he's going to be making the push, but instantly abstains himself from doing so.
But IYD's strategy is very simple. Spread around the map towards the corners where the other 2 teams are not doing. Let them fight out in that corner, and once they are weak, that is when they'll push forward to strike. And if they continue to do that, I think they'll do an amazing job. Look at that, IYD Immortal coming in from the other side, takes 1 player down, but Burnex on the other side will be landing. A trade is pretty much official over here. So Burnex official on the other side will be looking forward to take down another player. It's not going to be the case. This is going to be a 3-way Mexican standoff. The team which has the best player surviving in the final moments will be winning, but IYD looks like all 4 men are standing at this point of time.
Oh yeah, and they've got such good control, right? The favorites to win this chicken dinner, but we have been privy to surprises over here all along, as Millen, he's dropped that smoke maybe for himself. Yes, indeed, just to make sure.
Oh, nice.
Could keep Robert alive, but was not the case whatsoever. This was the point where Device should have really peeked out and taken that trade in the form of Dios. But now, look at the shift, again favoring the players of IYD, as Burnex officials will have to step out of their burrow. And this is where Millen gets taken down, as Immortal will be cooking up that 1 more grenade, going after Device, would want to annihilate the squad of Burnex official for the very good.
Yeah, it looks like Device might get eliminated with the next molly or the grenade. It looks like that molly can actually cook him up. Oh, the corners, the pixels were visible and IYD was able to dominate over there. Now, we have to see whether IYD is actually prepared for the next 4-man squad pushing in. It looks like, Zero is actually ready for it. Probably puts down one player or two. He puts down more than a player at this point of time. Legend is in the crosshairs of Immortal. He also gets taken down. The last man standing for the side of Team NX is over there and finally gets taken down. And that's a very beautiful winner chicken dinner coming in towards the side of IYD. I just love their gameplay, 16 kills is what they could attain. 16 finishes is what they could attain. And that is, amazing.
Oh, it's impeccable, right? And at such an important time at that.
Yep.
And it was so necessary for them to play the game of their lives. And boy, oh boy, you've got to give props to how they handle themselves under pressure. As there you see, as the point standings are in front of us, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you've been making your calculations, because we've been hiding those numbers from you. We still do not know who the top 8 teams are going to be. But what an amazing game for IYD Retribution. 31 points out of this one, showing what they've got. And for Team Noxious, again, one of those teams that has fairly performed really well.
Yep.
Again, the second position is not going to hurt them. With Burnix Official having such a good time this time, I think they've done enough to qualify to the next round.
Yeah, I do believe that Burnix Official have a very, very great chance, and so will the side of Straw Hats over here, because on an average in every match they've attained 5 to 6 points. In this they were able to put up to 9 points. But for me, the point of concern is for the teams in the bottoms of the table. If we see the same names repeating, it's the end of the story for them. But one thing is for sure, the experience which they've gained over here is going to help them evolve to be a much better team as days, in days to come.
I've been sounding like a broken record saying this one thing every single time, the same line. You never losers, you're always learners, right? And that is a lesson that maybe teams like Archer, Last Level, Team Dying Pandas might have gotten for themselves. As the MVP in front of us, ladies and gentlemen, has to be Immortal. 7 finishes. 7 seems to be the lucky number for the evening, with a lot of MVPs just going all guns blazing. 1,028 points of damage solo. I think he's definitely one to watch out for.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, the most important thing for me was IYD. Immortal was the man who hit the last nail in the coffin as well. So he was doing most of the job. And it looks like, the roles given to the teams were actually played well in this game. And that's why IYD performed so well.
Oh yeah, and now as we take a look at the top 5 players, it had to be between, the top 3 teams inside the server. Of course, IYD, Immortal being the top. We've got Millen forming, just coming second. Not a lot behind though, but even Noxious and Dias, everyone sort of entering into the fray. And it was such a wholesome game from IYD, with the way they dropped, with the way they were on the certain side, making that transition up north. As we take the look at the match summary this time, and this had to be the final game. Such a nice end for the evening over here, with so many knocks this time. Not quite convincing finishes with the ratio, but it's something that I can live with. But what I really love is those 2 vehicle finishes.
Yeah, and the most important thing for me, the healings when it comes to the map of Erangel is more than the healings in the map of Sanhok. Which
hold on, because there will be a point where we're all
this is gonna change. This is gonna change. But until then, let's enjoy this moment where we can see the healings is better in the map of Erangel as well. 4 grenade finishes coming back. I missed it in the map of Miramar as well as in the map of Sanhok, so it was much better. Now the damage finish ratio, which we always speak about, FYD, no wonders they've crossed the 2,391 for 16 finishes which they've attained. I wouldn't be shocked even if they'd crossed 3,000 damage pointers, but yeah, they've done a great job.
Yeah, I think they knew exactly what they had to. They were really clinical with their finishes. They got the knocks. Majority of the fights, if you talk about IYD, well, you've got to say this one thing. They were picking a lot of compounds fights. They were capitalizing a lot of bruised soldiers out there, just fallen, battered, and them going in. They were the ones who grabbed that opportunity, like I said, and it really paid off, right?
Yep.
They were not one of those teams, that used to stay on the back lines watching out, right? They were the ones who were getting themselves into the midst of the battle. Around the mid-range is where they started off, but eventually it was always those close counter encounters. And yeah, I mean, we've got to savor while it lasts. The Sanhok healing meta hasn't still come into play yet. Teams are still battling it out.
Yeah.
But maybe by the end, once we reach, let's say, to the 3rd or the 4th round, that is when we're going to get a little annoyed.
Yeah. And the Lost Leonis curse probably seems to be hitting back on us yet again. Like the second map of Miramar, we are able to see that the zone falls back to Lost Leonis. Somewhere, we saw that, even though the zone went in towards the side of military base and Erangel, the sudden shift back into the mainland was something which was fun. And that is how the last map was so much entertaining compared to the others.
Indeed, it was such a wholesome treat for us, right? What an amazing day one we had, and I'm kind of starting to get excited for what we have in store for day 2, because we've got completely different group, completely a whole new set of teams. Everyone's so hungry, so wild, so jungly, as it may go around. They're going
to be remembered.
Definitely going to be remembered. But I think that being said, Arka, we're finally done with the evening. We're going to be calling it a night. We're going to see you tomorrow. Till then, take care and have a good night.
Before we go, I want to say one thing. Guys, follow us on our socials. That's the last thing we had to say. Thank you so much.